somebody take the microphone to Hamid?
Hello?
I think it's okay if you sit down, as long as you join me in prayer and spirit. Bojo anin tansi wechia. Apsiniminandan gengchinandan wenongumeki minikoyan chi aname pakinamanwe kawe kopet nanyong. Miigwets the naman ito, minagimin ng matasuin noong kumkagishikak. Winanish kanagakon kagiustot kay kakandang anin kay saying inuutamakina kapmatsing. Miigwets kita nanan kay China ko o kagi tashin sikate kenegekon kagi nondong ko ukuenyo kagi kanota moat ani geino eshe soenda moat chi wichi guat ke kun wega tashin sikate ko ma kenin kuting nana katawendan anin kaki pishon begi koan ke ani gashik no mo wat nigi ko pone ken mishom sak ugunen pemat swen ka chikate nongo mitashkagi shikak ke kakkoch manan manito chipakinang kepisenda mangwewene ke chikanota mangwewene ugunen kini men tuwe chan mi going mi gwech nanan manito we apeteke seminogishak miro mako kopeting. Mi gwachanis kitai nanan, we ginuet kiabe, min open the monk, o gagishakak. Chiksketoing, chikakoe, mekamang, anin maya, geishachagain, chiwi changwak, it's in Schnabenanek, o maginuet kataing Northwestern Ontario. Mi sipakusan magmanitong sipakiten ng kaya sipakinang kinondamonin anin, kinistotamonin anin, anin kaya si windamagoing, anin kaya kwestigaing, siminasaying, wake up mutuing, anokiwin. I thank the Creator for giving us another day of life. For we don't know when the Lord or Manitu anin piyandawen minang chikiwing. So today we will, I hope that the Creator, Manitu, to give us a good heart and good listening skills to be able to come up with some of the solutions that we are faced with in our communities, in everything that we have. Mi gustas in the naman ito, ueno gumino gakishika. Gaikit the Lord's Prayer, nishnape mananiwang if you want to say the Lord's Prayer, you can say it in your own way. No sinan, chigishkung ein, betes stoin going, kaya ni di beni mi ein, kaya na naitago in a king, tapos kok sa gisgong. En sa gisig, bakoy sa kaniminan, mishnam, ponan da mushnam, kinskiwayang. Tapos ko sa ponan da mong kito, ikiway kanski ang kito. Mishnam inuterin, kaya saktoin. Sip minshamang kinagigong kagiswin da mo nang. Amen.
I'm going to use this initagi isengagi pagsigiban masaya. And the people that perished in that flight was Richard Beaver, Rudy Nishnabes, Leonard Sugarhead, Mike Wabas, Nathan Wabas, Violet Wabas, and Lawrence Yellowhead, and Captain Jonathan Halls. Kazuk, Higano Kagi Pagishna open September 11. And I'm going to give this opportunity to the parents or to the mother as we go into that moment of silence. And just before the presentation, for the Laksu presentation, I'm going to give some time to Clifford Vaux because he's going to explain his absence, if that's possible.
Yeah, miigwech dikit kenin kagi pa kinagatek umiuya kupinatin. Today is a day of mourning as well, as I'm the northern communities that had lost loved ones on this day, and we pay our respects to them. And also at 11, we have our young girl that passed. Will be laid to rest around 11, and I'll be in and out all day, and supporting the family and supporting the chiefs here as well as best I can. Brenda, thank you. Miigwech.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Yellowhead. I'm from Nibenamik. My Anishinaabe name is Wabanoike Atikndoten. Mioepi, it was around 9 o'clock when we lost our loved ones. 8 altogether, plus the pilot. 7 community members in Summer Beaver. Nothing was left, just ashes at that time when we lost our loved ones. Nothing was left. And it was hard to accept because there was no bodies. And we had empty caskets, 7 of them. This was a hard day at that time when it was one of my son. He was a deputy chief at that time. They went to the meeting in Thunder Bay. They were coming back. We were waiting for that plane. I was taking our grandchildren to Thunder Bay. We saw that plane just above the trees. And suddenly, like just above the trees, the plane was flying. We were watching it, and suddenly the lights went off that time. And I was running to the runway, and my son said to me, my brother's still in Thunder Bay, he was saying to me. But then I think the plane is crashed. Like we could see that the lights went off on the runway. And then I was calling Wasea and said to him, "Where's the plane? It didn't land. It must be somewhere in other community." So I called around. The plane didn't land here, they told me, like around the community, Wanaman and Cass and Webekwe. No, the plane didn't land, they said. And I called back Wasea. And then he was asking me, he was silent for a while. Say it again, he said. Then I told her that we saw it flying just above the trees to the north side, and it disappeared. Then I'll call you back. Then I was asking him, who was on the plane? I cannot tell you, he said. Then I went back to the community. Then I was waiting for him to call me. Suddenly those planes were like, what you call those, the lights came, all the planes came, the planes came on the air. The community was light. And then suddenly someone is calling. I couldn't remember. I just fell down on the ground, couldn't remember what happened to me. He said, the plane is crashed. He said, where the lights are. And all my grandchildren were crying. And I could hear echoes, the whole community at that time. And a lot of people came. That was the hard days of our lives. It took us a long time. It took us a long time to heal. And that was very hard for us at that time. Those loved ones we lost. There's some of them were my clients at that time when I lost my son. I was working at that time. And I was working with this lady as a cleaning lady, Violet Wabas. He used to tell me that he wants to go home, but I didn't know where. I guess that's what he meant, that he wanted to go home. And then that was very hard for us. Still, some of them cannot talk about it, like still grieving. They're still grieving for their loved ones. Even my grandchildren too. They're having a hard time too. Thank you for listening, Miigwech.
So we're going to have a moment of silence. Thank you. Good morning. The next item on the agenda is the recap, and I'm not going to be doing it the way Wally does it. He does it so well, but I'm just going to recap the agenda the way that it has been printed. There has been a lot of discussions and updates from all the hard work that SLFNHA has been doing in regards to implementing the strategic plan for our region. And And there was a lot of dialogue in terms of what the chief have expected, what health is going to, what they expect health is going to look like. I guess, and also the concerning issues of, our mental health. Our mental health and addictions have been the forefront of our communities probably over the last 5 years. So those are the dialogues that were had, and that's basically. Hopefully, when he comes back, he can do a better recap. So, with that, I'm gonna ask if we have achieved quorum. We have 11. Is there anybody online? So we're going to continue on with the agenda because it's going to be this afternoon that we're going to need quorum for the decisions and resolutions. So we're going to go into the presentation for Lac-Seul Healing Spirits Wellness Center with Donna Kiesig, and it's virtual. Do we have that?
Bonjour. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Good morning. Can you hear me okay, Brenda?
I can hear you. And we can hear you.
Okay. And do you need me to share my presentation or do you have it up there?
I can see the presentation, but I don't know who's sharing.
Okay. Well, I'm going to see about sharing mine as well at the same time. Okay, I'm going to start. First of all, Bonjour, Benassi Kwa Indigenous Cause, Mashkanoje Dodam. My name is Donna Williams, and I'm very happy to be able to present today. I'm calling in from Red Lake, which is Lac-Seul Territory, part of Treaty 3. Miigwech to all the chiefs and leadership in attendance. I would like to say thank you to our elder Hammett for that beautiful prayer and reminding us of this beautiful land and everything we have to be thankful for. And I'd also like to offer my condolences to the families and thank you for sharing your story and sorry for your loss. So I will do my best to provide an update on some of the work that we're doing with Lac-Seul. And Chief Bull asked me to give an update to the SLFNHA chiefs. There may be some regional impacts from the work that's underway, and we're certainly want to share the developments as we move ahead with the Healing Spirits Wellness Center in Lac-Seul. Okay, I'll keep going. I'll give a background and overview of the project, some update on the capital work underway, a little bit about our program model, and partnership opportunities. So Keswick Strategies, which is my company, we've been working with Obijigogong for about 3 to 4 years now, and originally brought in to help support crisis response for a drug and alcohol situation in that community, which is one unfortunately shared by many communities. So the Drug and Alcohol Committee was formed, and we had a number of pillars where we identified gaps, things in prevention, harm reduction, treatment, aftercare, and enforcement. Um, we've we've really evolved our approach. The Obijigogong Bimadzawin Makana is a path to a good life, and that's our committee is really looking at community wellness, not and how we can make our community healthy, not just in drugs and alcohol, but by creating all the supports around um, individuals and families that are facing addiction. Um, we work. We have a prevention department that does addictions work, mental health, um, and supports in the community. We work closely with the Obijigogong, Abinogi, Onakanagawa, and Makana, the Child and Family Services model that's underway in the community. And how do we strengthen families to prevent children going into care? And how do we support the laws that will protect families and not just punish people? We've done a lot of community engagement on all of these streams. And originally, when we looked at a wellness center, we were looking at a treatment center. But as we looked at treatment programs, we are we heard that a lot of people come in and out of treatment, and we needed to look at the full scope of supports for when people come back from treatment, and that they have access to wellness services and support services. And we also want to prevent families or children from going into care or having addictions in the future. We've initiated this project through the CHRT funding, and so I'll talk a little bit about that process. So we can go to the next slide. So we have a site location, Ferry Landing, which is near Keswick Beach. You're in Frenchman's Head right now, so it's about a 20-minute drive. It's a beautiful point of land with water access and boat access and views of the sun. And it's basically in the middle of, or accessible for Frenchman's Head, Keswick Bay, and Whitefish Bay. Right now, it's undeveloped, but we have obviously plans to do the development. We have some preliminary diagrams and preliminary costs identified. You know, when we looked at this wellness center, we we're asking for a lot, and we want a lot, and that's our starting point. So we have a main building that's 2 stories. It's over 15,000 square feet. I'll talk a little bit about what's in the building. We have transitional housing, which was identified as a gap. There are 2 stories. We have one for adults with 8 beds for women, 8 beds for men. We have youth housing for 8 apartments or rooms, sorry. And then we have family units. So we have 4 3-bedroom apartments. And then as part of land-based healing, we have cabins along the water, as well as outdoor spaces and traditional spaces and areas to live off or and teach off the land. So this is just a brief outline of the spaces that are included. So we have cultural spaces, um, both traditional and a chapel are there. We want the history there. We have dining, kitchen. We have healing spaces. We have clinic spaces. We have family spaces with family rooms and children's areas. We have office spaces and confidential areas. We have a commercial teaching kitchen, which also includes like harvesting space, um, freezer and fridge spaces. We have a fair amount of administration spaces as well, of meeting rooms and private offices. And then we have like the support services around that, like reception, washrooms, storage. There is an elevator in the plans. As I mentioned, there's 16 adult rooms, half for women, half for men. We have kitchen, full dining and living quarters for both the adults and the youth and the families. Where we're at with the project, we've completed a pre-capital needs assessment and submitted that to ISC, and reimbursements were improved for the planning to date. We've just completed a feasibility study and submitted that to ISC. We are in the process of hiring a professional project manager, so someone that's experienced specifically in building design that will do detailed design and more detailed cost estimates for the project. And that will take us to the next 6 months. And then we're hoping to go to construction tender and begin construction in 2027. So this isn't a quick project. This is going to be a multi-year initiative. So we, again, we're looking at a full holistic model of supports, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual supports. We're looking across the cycles. This isn't going to be a medical detox treatment that we know with the health professional shortages that we face, we won't have that capacity. But once people are through their medical detox, we want to have wraparound supportive services for participants. We have a number of staff. A number of these staff are current staff. So really moving a lot of our prevention staff, our mental wellness staff, Jordan's principal staff over to the facility to do work. We want to be as flexible as possible with lengths of stay and intake, and really curate that to the individual, and with a real focus on land-based activities and connecting people with their culture and life skills, and a lot of mental health and community supports. We have a working group that's overseeing the development of the facility, and once we have the more detailed design, we'll have more understanding of the O&M costs. And we are exploring options for other communities to participate in the services. You know, like I mentioned, we have up to 16 beds for adults, 8 for youth, if they are not full, we want, to look at how can we um, offer spaces to other communities. And as part of that, Chief Bull asked, to do a presentation and give the chiefs a heads up that we were working on this, and this was something we may come back to with some options and discussions for how we could include other communities in this work. Right now, Lac Seul is expected to pay for 25% of the space out of their own funds. So that's something we're working with the community right now on. Yeah, so that's a little bit of that. I don't want to bombard you with too much information. I know we only have 15 minutes and you have lots to discuss today. My email is there. My name, again, is Donna Williams. My email is kizik@outlook.com. And certainly look forward to answering any questions you might have, or giving updates as we move this project along. So I'm not sure if there's opportunity for questions or time right now.
Is there any questions, chiefs? Online? Clifford? Chief Bull?
Yeah, miigwech, Donna, for that presentation. Yeah, I guess from Lac Seul's perspective, we wanted to give some insight as to how Lac Seul is dealing with their drug and alcohol issues. And I know a lot of our communities are plagued with these issues, and suicides are rampant, and drugs are rampant everywhere. And there's a lot of layers and pieces and a lot of work involved in how to get the community healthy. We're working with the local police as well in terms of enforcement. That's another big one, because a lot of our communities rely only on band council resolutions to evict somebody, but they have no teeth. You know, they just shrug at this piece of paper and it has no meaning. So we're looking at ways how we can protect our members from drug dealers that enter the community and how we can kick them out. And one of the ways perhaps would be a land code. Everybody doing a land code for their community. So there's all kinds of areas we're looking at. Donna mentioned C92 as well. So all these different components are kind of mixed in, and we're trying to find the best result for our community and how we can begin that healing journey. And we all know the history, the trauma, the residential schools, 60s scoop. These are reality issues we're facing in our communities, and we're looking at other communities, how we can help them. And when we finish this facility, we want to be able to build synergies and collaboration agreements with other communities, help other communities come to Lac Seul and heal. So we're putting it out there today, and I'm looking for more discussions and dialogue with chiefs, communities, SLFNHA, government agencies, program deliverers. I mean, all these pieces have to come together in order for this to happen. So it's definitely a lot of work, and I commend the team Donna put together, and we can get it done. And it'll take a while, but we need to work diligently at it and not lose sight of our goal. Miigwech Donna for that presentation. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, miigwech, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. You know, as a co-chair, I have a lot of questions about you, and I'm not in that position to ask, but you know, that is something that is really required in our region. Oh, sorry, Proxy Allen.
Thank, thank you very much. I just want to share, this is what I was talking about yesterday, community wellness. There are, yesterday I shared that there was a suicide epidemic in our community, and I should have mentioned as well that there's an opiate addiction situations as well. And what the previous chief, Simon Tate, had started was, well, he started something already. And it's just, infrastructure. Yes, we have a road to Little Satchko, and it is approximately 25 kilometers northeast of our community. And his wish was that along the way to Little Satchko, there's this trap line called Weezer Lake, and that's where he was hoping that he would develop some kind of a site plan as it was presented, and that was to address the suicide and the addiction, opiate addiction issues that they have. And as we all know that Indigenous Service Canada does not provide any infrastructure for this kind of treatment. So I'm glad to hear that Lac Seul is open to share their lead and to other communities, and I'm pretty sure that Satchko Lake will be calling Chief Clifford Bull on this project. And if okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay, miigwech for your words. Alan Tate and from Satchko Lake, and I just want to add that it's really important that we are taking that wellness approach to build supports for community members. It's going to take, while enforcement is important and, you know, resolutions are important, it's also really important that we have access to healing and wellness.
Thank you. Chief Archie Wabas.
Thank you. Thank you. I had a couple of questions. You know, if there is a support from SLFNHA, in your presentation there, Donna, you mentioned 25% space that you would share to other communities. I'm just kind of You know, if we wanted to send people here, and there's only about 25% of a shared space with other communities, um, I guess that wouldn't be enough, man. Like, there's, if there's going to be like 100 people there, 25% of that, that's like 25 people. I don't know what's the capacity in terms of numbers. Anyway, my question is, if SLFNHA is supporting this, and then how are you going to manage that support in terms of getting 33 First Nations that want to put their their people there for counseling and treatment? That's my first question. My second question is the operations. Once again, if SLFNHA is supporting this, operations, you're going to have expenditures, okay? And you're going to need revenues, of course. Operational dollars will probably come from government. And I don't know, like other treatment centers, they probably get subsidies from the government. And some other treatment centers have they charge fees, like Gimli Aurora Treatment Center, they charge per user for a number of days, that kind of thing. I was just kind of just maybe you can fill me in terms of how are you going to manage the operating cost, and are you relying on 100% be funded by the government? All right, thank you.
Okay, miigwech for the questions. So just to be clear, like we're SLFNHA supporting in concept and principle, and it's around sharing information at this point until we get more detailed design and understanding specific programs. We don't have details, so we're loosely tabling the 25% number. It might be more, it might be less, and we will always look for government funding first to fund the facility and treatment program. So that's a little bit of where we're at right now, Chief. So I know your answers are really important, and we will answer those as the project moves ahead. And I don't have specific answers at this point, but you're right. You know, the whole 33 communities in the north need much more than 20 spots or 15 spots. But for now, we do know if we have vacancies, which hopefully we do, that we want to offer that service to other communities. It will be just one more resource in the region to support community members in their wellness lifestyle.
Thank you. Is there any more questions? I forgot your name.
Sonia. Not really a question, just a comment for Chief Wabas and everyone else. We are working on looking at the whole region in terms of what's needed for treatment and wellness and healing. We started a process last year, and we signed an agreement with Eagle Lake to look at a healing center in their community for our region as well. And we did submit a proposal through Jordan's Principal CHRT. We're still waiting to hear on that. We're hopeful that that's going to come through. I think we've demonstrated that we have a significant gap and need around mental health and addiction support services requirements for our region, so we continue to push on that. The other pieces that we're also looking to support is Satchico Lake, obviously. We're very interested to see how that's going to work. We did have a presentation from them at the November Mental Health Forum talking about that project. And then the other one, so Chief Wesley, talking about your center and opening your doors, obviously SLFNHA is very supportive of that. And we've been working with Casablanca as well to help them in terms of supporting their clients going to treatment services. And continue to support Muskrat Dam as well. So the other piece that we're looking at is the whole system within Ontario in terms of what treatment beds are actually available, and what those wait lists look like, and the need, the emergent need. When people are ready to go to treatment, they're ready to go to treatment, not 6 months from when they're ready. So we're going to be working on that. So Ashley talked about the Mental Health Task Force yesterday. They are looking at that. We are also looking at a potential change to intake for treatment. So those are the provincial and the NADAP treatment centers. Looking at more of a centralized approach, so that would reduce the wait time so that you would know when beds are available versus trying to go to 10 different treatment centers to find a bed. So that's work that's underway. We'll have more to report on that, obviously, at the November meeting with the Task Force on Mental Health and Addictions, and we'll bring that information back to the chiefs. I just wanted to give you a quick update on some of the work that's kind of aligned to what Lac Seul is doing, so that we're all aware of that, because I think it's important that we look at a regional system for the communities that we serve, rather than kind of a one-off siloed building that may not meet the needs, right? So the other thing to mention here is that the governments have been pretty clear, both federal and provincial, that they have no capital infrastructure money. So I think there's an opportunity there for advocacy, to raise awareness around the need for buildings to run the service. I'll give you an example. So last year, Minister Tabolo came to Sioux Lookout talking about investment in treatment beds for Sioux Lookout, but had no money for the actual location. So I told him, I said, you might as well just keep your $2 million, because I can't run a program if we have nowhere to run it. Where are we going to put them? Where are we going to put the beds? How are you going to actually operate that program and service? Like, it doesn't make sense to me that that's not being offered in tandem with program dollars. And I see Dean nodding his head in the back. So we all are experiencing that, right? So they want to give you program dollars to operate these things, but they're not giving you any infrastructure. So that's a problem.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay. Chief Marolo, Michigan.
Hello, is that better? Too close to something, probably. Good? Okay, good. Thank you. Just sorry for showing up late. I had some things to deal with this morning. But good morning to everybody. I guess really I want to make a comment there, or just think about as a collective here. We all know our circumstances, our situations from all the communities we come from. Also, I know last year we presented a resolution for support for our treatment center we're pursuing. Obviously, from our end. Hello, is this better? And this is being in support of our region, also keeping in mind our people within other nations that need that help and support to address those issues that we have in our communities. And sometimes it takes, in our mind, and we've approached this in the last couple of years, in our travels trying to have these meetings with government officials to try and advocate for our program in the treatment center. Last year, a year and a half ago, I was in the Chiefs of Ontario meeting, and I was approached by the regional chief at the time that sometimes we have to think differently, or try to explore other options, try and explore other ideas on how to try and get our programs or our projects to deal with our issues in North. So he introduced me to this billionaire, and he was willing to work and help our project. And these are the things I started thinking about. And you always have to try and think outside the box to try and really help other people, because other communities have done this, where when a person's ready to get help, we're gonna not waste our time to get that person to get that help. And we're willing to pay the cost of whatever it takes to get that person to get that help. We just had a scenario like that a couple months ago where mom was ready to go, and we had been working with her for a long time, and she finally made the decision to go and help herself for her kids and her family. But we couldn't afford to wait for a bed or a center to be open, so there was a center available to send her to, but obviously it cost a lot of money to get her that help. And we obviously paid for the cost, because yes, this is the person that wants that help. And the reason why I tell this story or this scenario is that sometimes I think in our minds that we obviously are, for lack of better words, competing for the same funding that we need for our people. And with my consultants and with my helpers and my technicians, we explored that idea. How would we use this person that's willing to help our community, our nation? How would we make that work based on whatever funding we would get from the governments, but also this person that's willing to help? That's a billionaire. We all know that there's a catch to it, obviously. He wants something in return for helping out. But how would we make that work? I don't know. I mean, I always said this, and I've always presented this, and I've said this in our collective gatherings as chiefs, no matter at what setting, SLFNHA, coup, whatever, what have you. How can we explore that idea to make it work? What's the return? As far as obviously the health in helping our people, is the return is what we want, but for the person that's wants a financial return, which would be the billionaire in this example, how do we make that work? I don't know. I mean, I'm still trying to figure that out. But sometimes it almost seems like it's an option to go to help our people out, because, like, again, I can't stress enough that we're all competing for the same funding. All of this province, this country, and it's sad to see, to be honest. So how do we start looking at that? How do we start maybe considering those options, where if we have somebody that's willing to help out our community that way? Because from Mishkigogmang, and I'm sure every community that's pursuing this, we've done the legwork, we've done the geotech, we've done the site, we've done the drawings, we're just waiting on funding to get drawings. And I'm at a trilateral table right now to advocate for that. And speaking with the Minister Tabolo, obviously we're making headway with him, and then of course the government changes. Now we're dealing with a new minister at both the province and the Fed. So now we got to re-engage to try and make that good relationship with that government official. It's almost like starting all over again. But I just wanted to throw out that idea, and that idea that maybe we got to start looking out of the box, as I call it. But that's something I wanted to share, just for a thought. I'm not saying that's what we should do, but again, if we're talking about revenue, how would this how would this program, the center, run itself? But thank you for listening, my question.
Gretch.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? And the ones on virtual can put their comments on the chat, and then they will relay it to us. So Chief Wesley.
Good morning. I just wanted to make a short comment, but before I start, I just want to acknowledge Leonard Sugarhead, who was one of the passengers on the Summer Beaver plane. He was part of the resource development sector, and I remember that day very well. I also acknowledge all those people that that died in America on the same day. And I think all I wanted to say was, congratulate Clifford on a very good presentation. But, hearing Merle speak and just further reinforces what I've been saying, that there are multiple groups and organizations all working towards the, with the same goal, but they're isolated in how they approach that. So that's a bit of a problem. There doesn't seem to be a linkage between the groups and organizations, and ultimately the non-executive there, whose presentation will include mental health and addictions. And this is what I was saying yesterday, that we need a dedicated approach to this issue, because each of our communities, whether it's Lac Seul, Sigalaman, Cat Lake, or Sachigo, whatever, they're all facing the same issues, and, the same barrier. Unfortunately, we're all approaching it in silos or by ourselves. We're trying to tackle these things individually. And I wanted to suggest that since Mike and Anna are here, and a part of their report covers some of the things that we're talking about here, they have the trilateral table already. But perhaps we need some kind of communication going amongst us to get everybody coordinated, and just have a single approach to dealing with the funding issue, the policy issues that would regulate how these things are funded. And I think it goes back to say that Chief Donnie and Chief Crane and Chief Bull and I've been saying since 2016 as to how to approach this issue. And we've been spelling it out for that long. But I'm hoping that eventually that government will hear us. That we need to deal with mental health and addictions on an Ontario-wide level, but there has to be a strategic approach to it with many partners involved. And that's just all I wanted to comment. That's what remains to be done, because the last time we ever dealt with an Ontario-wide issue was during the solvent abuse crisis, and nothing really has happened since then. But on a program scale, we still have problems in the communities. Like just last night, we had a suicidal girl running around in my community. And we're dealing with issues like psychological assessments. And they're not readily available because of the remote issue. And then there's the issue of the Form 1. Those issues still need to be tackled on each and every given day in our communities. Forum 1 is the biggest one we have because a lot of people, whether they're dealing with schizophrenia or whether we're dealing with a child care high risk issue, Forum 1 becomes a glaring issue. And that's for something the SLFC folks need to deal with MAG or the Crown's office, because there's a gray area there that needs to be dealt with when it comes to a doctor-patient relationship. All a person needs to do is declare that he's okay, and the doctor is forced to sign off. So, there needs to be a Forum 1 overhaul, because the number of cases we have in a daily week in terms of Forum 1 is 3 to 4 to 5 cases a week. And then you end up with scenarios like, the Bruce Frog incident a year ago. That's all because of the Forum 1 issue. So I just wanted to mention those, and we come up with these plans, treatment plans, as to how we're going to deal with our social and mental health issues. But because of the way things are, we're forced and isolated. We're forced to deal with our infrastructure needs. We're forced to deal with our programming needs alone because there's no cohesive approach to dealing with mental health and addictions. And I think I'm going to leave it at that. And I keep saying that, and I'll probably keep saying it again. But I just wanted to put that on record. Congrats, Sir Clifford.
Okay, thank you, Chiefs, and that was a good dialogue. And Kichimiigwech to Donna and your project, and that's a very interesting project for. Anyhow, my chair is here, so with that, I'm going to close off your presentation. Miigwech again.
Okay, miigwech, and good luck with your meetings. Bye.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I have to apologize to the chiefs. I got detained this morning. The critical meeting I wasn't called upon was supposed to happen tomorrow, and they moved it up on me for today. So please accept my apologies. We will now go into SLFNHA Partners. We'll call upon the Anishinaabe Deputy Grand Chief, Anna Betty Achinipnishkam, to make a presentation. And she'll have Ken Miller with her.
Get right. Okay. Chair Miswe. Commissioner Majitang. Miigwech Nina Gishayaga Gimichigat. Egodesha Ogoga Gia Maturagat. Miigwech Ogamakan Clifford Bull. Umaga Bagatinishiang Oma Chayang. Miigwech, everyone. My name is Anna Betty Achinipnishkam, and I serve as a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. And I have the honor of being assigned the health file. As many of you know, in my years that I have served as your deputy, I had other files. This is the first time that I have the health file, and I too I am learning, mainly about certain policies and how to navigate through the provincial and federal government in order to address our issues. Some of the matters that you spoke about yesterday, I heard, and I have heard them many times before. And as a deputy, I have responded to your citizens because, you know, they were at a airport and they didn't have a hotel, or, you know, it was 2 days before their specialist appointment and they didn't have a travel voucher. And I always responded by making those efforts to ensure that was taken care of. So those kind of response is something that I've been doing ever since I've been serving as your deputy. We are going to be talking about some of the work that we are doing to address these matters and also some other initiatives. But before I continue, I too, you know, wanted to pay tribute and remember those people, our loved ones who perished on September 11, 2003. Those individuals from Nibinamik, many of them I had known them because I had been working for Nibinamik as part of my role with Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services. And Lawrence was one of my very good friends during the times he was serving as a chief and also as a deputy chief. And I also have established much respect and a friendship for his parents and his brother Johnny. So I always take that time to remember them. And thank you to all of you for ensuring that we did not forget them. I have asked our Acting Director of Health Policy and Advocacy to be here with me as well to share some of the information on the work that we are doing. And I've also asked Deputy Grand Chief Matata Wabin to also be present to listen. And I just wanted to let you know that it is a priority for us to address the disparity in terms of services and resources for our people to receive health services. You know, I don't want to be sitting at these inquests of where a person died, where their death could have been prevented. It was just last year I sat at the inquest of Ruth Ann Queequish. And even though her, you know, her story was very unique, it was too common for many of our people. I also sat at the inquest of Moses Beaver, another death that could have been prevented if we had the resources and services within our communities. Recently, I met with the board of Kanachihi, and as you know, they have 3 centers. They have the Kanachi building in center in Thunder Bay, and then they have the Wakagan Youth Center in Timmins, and then they have the Pelican Peak here in Sulicote. They are not very large facilities, and it was very disturbing, but not surprising, that when I met with the director and the board members, including Jethro was, Alan was part of that board as well, that, they don't receive adequate funding to be able to deliver what they want to deliver and provide for the young people as well as the adults that they serve. And I'm, I heard the words of Chief Loon where he said, well, we need to start looking at other ways to get resources. And that is something that I also spoke to the board members about, that, that we need to look at, foundations and private contributions, and that we have some type of revenue generating process to be able to support these healing initiatives that are so required and necessary in our communities. And so I'm very committed to ensuring that we move this file along, because I heard the words in previous Anishinaabe Nation meetings where the chiefs, our leadership, were requesting, some transparency and reports in terms of the progress that we are making. And that is the priority for us right now. And also, establishing and rebuilding those relationships that are so necessary to ensure that we're have a very effective collaboration and unity in terms of addressing the inadequacies in disparity of health resources and services, and keeping in mind those very immediate needs that we need to continue working on. Right now, it's a response process. We'll continue doing that. In the meantime, we are addressing a plan in terms of addressing those the policies that are quite, I would say, historic, and they need to align with our position of as sovereign nations and being independent. So those are my comments right now, and I'll turn it over to Ken Miller, who is our interim director of Health and Policy and Advocacy. Jamiwich.
Wachik, good morning. Miguel Smina, Yabatano te, Odete Sulakaut, Nesta Odete Hebeche, Pimpanian, Nasbits Menonagon, Kitaskio, Menonagon Mesue Tabrano. I just wanted to extend my greetings. I asked my colleague, DGC Hanabedi, that if I could come and listen for the day at your annual general meeting. What I was saying was that it's nice to be back in the region. A few weeks ago, we were up at Lake St. Joseph, and then coming to Sulakaut yesterday, and then traveling here this morning. The region is very beautiful, breathtaking. The morning is so nice. I used to live in Sulakaut And I remember those days, used to take walks out, looking around, and I just reminded how beautiful it is around in the region here. I just wanted to come to just to extend my greetings and also just to again familiarize myself with some of the files that we carry. And one of the areas for me is infrastructure, which deals with airports. So that work is ongoing, and looking forward to working for you as an advocate and pushing the files forward. I just kind of browsed through the presentations. I noticed that one of the numbers that struck me is the need for 417 physicians. I don't know if it's within the land territory. That's a lot. That's a lot of people that we need to better service our area. When it comes to that kind of conversation, I try to encourage our communities. We need to share that information with our communities, with our young people. Our young people, we have to encourage them that they are part of the solution too. They need to be involved, they need to be active. And it's the only way we can make a dent, or at least have an impact, if more of our people were to get involved too. I don't have anything prepared to bring forward at this time. I just wanted to come and spend the day, listen to the discussion, and just to follow up, I can follow up on the airports issue. They have a committee that's in place, and I'll make a point of joining those meetings. I used to have the health portfolio when I was here the last time as Deputy Grand Chief. And one of the biggest files that we worked on and pushed for was the addictions. We had a team that was big on trying to find a way to deal with it or find a solution. Recently, I just became aware Chiefs of Ontario too just passed a resolution trying to deal with the addictions issue. What's very disappointing for me is to knowing that from the days of 2006 to 2009, when we tried hard to work on that, we even approached the Chiefs of Ontario for resources, but our funding was denied. And now Chiefs of Ontario are proposing to tackle the issue. I don't know what happened in between, but addictions is a big issue for all of us, for all our families, for all our children, our grandchildren. And that's one of the main issues that I've been dealing with myself at the home front. I just want to share with you that there is hope. There is hope for dealing with family members. I've walked that road these last 10 years. Been a caregiver for our grandchildren. And now the mothers have returned, are back with us. So that's why I want to share with you that there is hope. It can work. It's with patience, understanding, tolerance, and love. Especially love. Taking the person who's recovering back into your care, back into your home, reuniting them with their children. It works. But it takes commitment, dedication, understanding. So I hope I hope I can walk with you in that journey, help you in that journey, and just share the experience that we had. Mr. Miguel, what's it?
Thank you, Deputy Grand Chief Mike and Deputy Grand Chief Annabette. Thank you, chiefs and proxies, for being here today and for giving me the space to talk about this. I also want to acknowledge the elders, the drum and the drummers. Miigwech for being here. My name is Ken Miller. I'm the Acting Director for the Health Policy and Advocacy Department at NAN. In speaking with Deputy Annabette, we thought going through the presentation as is may not be the best use of time after hearing some of the comments from yesterday. So what we wanted to kind of switch to was starting with a portion of the presentation where it's about the process of the negotiations and where we are with that for a bit of background, and going into responding to some of the comments that came up in terms of the programs and initiatives that we are doing within the health department, and then giving more space and time for discussion and questions on any of those pieces. So I'm just going to skip right into the negotiation part. So in the health transformation process for ISC, they outlined 3 different agreements that need to be placed in order to further engage health transformation. That's the MOU, the AIP, and the framework agreement. The MOU and the AIP are not legally binding, but the framework agreement is, and that is what essentially sets out the minute or granular details on how the funding works, how the services work, who are the people who are affected, and where the flow-throughs happen. It is legally binding. The Charter of Relationship Principles governing health system transformation in Anishinaabe Nation territory, or the charter, is the MOU in this process. That was signed in 2017. The CIP, in essence, is an AIP, and it is called the CIP only to follow a naming convention and align with a charter that was signed originally in 2017. Right now, we are in the development of the CIP still, but we have not stalled, but we have slowed the process of developing that so we can reflect and engage with communities through different means in order to properly and appropriately reflect the needs of communities in the CIP, which will be outlining how we go into negotiations. We thought that the engagement was an incredibly important part if we want to truly reflect what is needed prior to even attempting to get the resolution to move forward. So now that we have that bit of background on the process, I want to go through some of the points that we heard yesterday from the chiefs and proxies. Some of the first point is around NIHB. So what we're doing in terms of NIHB currently is we are doing a medical transport cost analysis. We have looked at the numbers that go into transporting people from the NAN First Nations for the purpose of medical appointments, surgeries, and otherwise. We are in the process of doing a cost analysis as well in terms of what are the policies that would need to change in order to do this process better, and the cost that it would take to carry out the program with those policies in place. We are also now engaging communities on not only the drafts of the CIP, but also mental health strategies and standards of care. And so while we're looking at the analysis of the NIHB costing, we are also building standards of care that need to act as baselines for different health services within NAN territory. And those would then hopefully be reflected in services that are being provided and lifting communities up to the care that's actually necessary to have the type of well-being that we talked about in these assemblies. We have looked into the amount of money that goes into health-related services, so not only transport, but what health-related funding actually goes into NAN communities into the services that are within them, either directly or indirectly. And we are having or asking ISC and MOH to go through the same process, for them to actually look at all of the different types of funding that's being provided to First Nations and service providers who provide to the NAN First Nations. This allows us to have a number that when we go into that negotiation that we talked about for the framework agreement, we will have a better place to stand in terms of negotiating a fair agreement and funding that is necessary to provide the programs that are very much needed. I also want to give space and acknowledge that where we are at in terms of developing strategies for mental health, in terms of costing out NIHB, in terms of planning health transformation, probably does not feel like it is where it needs to be in terms of where the urgent care or the urgent needs are within communities. We heard that loud and clear at Kiwewin as well. People talked about how while we're planning health transformation, we need to have a focus on supporting communities where they're at with things like the crises that are currently in place. So to that point, within developing this mental health strategy, where we are now familiarizing through engagements, making changes, because everything that we do is up for discussion and up for change, dependent on the engagements that we do. The next step after being provided a mandate to move forward with the mental health strategy would then be securing funding to be able to have First Nations be able to build capacity and move forward with implementation of those strategies, because we are not an implementation organization. Our job is, to my knowledge, to help in providing what's needed for your communities to do the implementation and service providing as necessary. I think in terms of the timing and trying to make best use of our space right here, I would like to open it up to questions on those pieces, and we can get into more detail now, or people can please feel free to reach out for more information on any of that I've spoken on.
I'd like to thank the presenters. If I can, I'm going to go into, we have a presenter that's online waiting. So if you can just hold on just for questions, there'll be questions after, okay? So we're doing the partners, the Northern Ontario School of Medicine. Dr. Michael Green is on virtual and he's online. So if we can have him make the presentation, and then if there's any questions after with the partners, we'll leave the floor open for that. Dr. Michael Green.
For allowing me to join you virtually. I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to be there in person in Lac Seul. I was until yesterday, I was in Moose Factory in Moosonee and Mushkegowuk territory, and just couldn't get there fast enough. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to connect with you virtually. I'm just going to give a little slide.
We're not hearing you, Doctor.
Oh, I'm just waiting. I can't see if the slide's advancing or not. I think someone locally there was going to be advancing the slides for me, so I'm not in control of my presentation. If it's possible to advance the slide, that would be great. Or maybe I'm just not seeing it. I'll move. I think that I don't know if hopefully the presentation was attached to your package. I can do this. I'll keep going while we're waiting for. Pardon? There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I just first wanted to acknowledge, you know, the Northern Ontario School of Medicine University, or NOSM University, as we usually refer to it in the short form now, stretches all across Northern Ontario, and it's on the territories of many nations across the north. We gratefully acknowledge the elders and knowledge keepers who share their gifts and teaching with us so we may better understand and honor their wisdom and that of all traditional keepers of this land. And we are committed to practicing reconciliation by listening, learning, and fostering a culture of mutual trust and respect. And I do want to particularly thank Lac Seul First Nation for hosting the meeting in person. And as I said, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to join you in person on your territory today. We'll go to the next slide. And I just wanted to introduce myself a little bit first. I'm relatively new to this role. I started as in the leadership at NOSM University on November 1st. This is me from a really long time ago. I started my medical career working on in Mushkegowuk territory, based out of Moose Factory, and was a visiting physician for Kashechewan, where this picture was from many years ago. I'm a settler background from British Columbia, of English and Norwegian background, and I've been involved through family and interest, and my time in Moose Factory, where my two oldest children were born, in First Nations health and health for other Indigenous peoples for a big chunk of my career. So I was really excited to come back to this role at NOSM University in leadership, where there's the opportunity to work more closely with First Nations partners and communities across the north, especially in the remote north, which was a big part of the formation for me of what has driven my understanding of what's important in health. And I've learned so much from the First Nations communities and people I've worked with over the years. And the small bits of your presentation I heard earlier really resonate with me. The challenges faced in remote communities with transportation, cost of transportation, risk of transportation, lack of access to services, but also the importance of being connected to land and what that brings back to communities. So I really did appreciate hearing those small bits of earlier comments. Thank you. Next slide. So this is just, we're very distributed. I'm sure that many of you know this already. Northern Ontario, we're not a single campus university. We do have buildings where our first and second year students are in Sudbury and Thunder Bay. But really the most important part of where our students are learning is out in community, and that includes right from their first year, where they are hosted by communities across the north, and including many communities in your area. So I really thank you for that partnership. We also have many learners both in your communities and at Minayawan, and at the locations where you would receive care. You and your families and all your community members would receive care at many sites where we have our learners, and we're committed to helping them learn to provide the best care in the most appropriate way for you. Next slide. this is just a little bit. I get asked a lot about how we're doing in terms of recruitment and training of physicians to the north. This was a big year for us, our 20th anniversary as a school, our 1,000th graduate coming across the convocation stage this year. In particular, we have a special mandate to recruit and train Indigenous residents. We've had 31 Indigenous graduates. That may be not quite a correct number because we don't have as good of a system for tracking in our residency programs as we do in the MD program. And over 50% of our graduates stay in Northern Ontario, and of the people who do both programs, it's 90% who stay in the north. So we're although there's a significant need still. So maybe we can go to the next slide. I think I heard the previous speaker mention this is where the 417 full-time equivalent physicians. That's a minimum that we know of across all of Northern Ontario, and it's over 200 family physicians. So despite the success that we've had in placing many of our graduates returning to work in Northern Ontario, including in rural, urban, and First Nations settings, we still have a huge gap, and so we are in the process of growing in order to try and do a better job in meeting that gap. It also includes the need for beyond family physicians in many of the specialties that are also really in short supply across the north and critical, including psychiatry for mental health, emergency medicine, and pediatrics. Go to the next slide. And we're in transition. So until 2002, NOSM was a partnership between Lakehead and Laurentian universities. With the financial difficulties at Laurentian University, the province made a decision to make us an independent institution in 2002. So we've been transitioning to that, and that's offered us some opportunities to do things that are focused across the north and not always just simply at one of with our partner universities. We're also in the midst of a large expansion. Our number of medical students that enter the class each year is growing. Historically, it was 64. We're now at 88, and we're looking to move up to 108 for 2028. And that acronym of PGME is our resident programs, the after graduating from MD program doctors who are learning to be family doctors or other specialists is going up from what was 60 to 123. So that's a huge jump, and currently at 90. And so we are really hopeful that will make a big difference in the access to physicians who've been trained in the north by people in the north who understand northern communities and their contexts, that are able and ready to enter and start providing care over the coming years. We have many partnerships with First Nations communities, and our new research center, the Gilles Arcand Center for Health Equity, has a strong focus on social accountability, and quite a few of the members of that group have programs that are directly partnering with First Nations communities, and including some in your region. Dr. Joseph LeBlanc, who's our Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, for example, is quite involved in food security and traditional food pathways, and so we're committed to looking to support partnerships with Indigenous communities that will help support health in the north, and not just healthcare, but also health through pathways that communities identify as being important for their own health. I'll go to the next slide. Because we are, I've just arrived, and we are at the 20-year point, looking to update where we're going. We are in the midst of our strategic planning, and I won't spend a lot of time on the details on this, but I will give highlights and an invitation for you and any of your community members you would like to share our information with to comment on our plan and what's important to you. So if I can just go to the next slide. We're updating our vision, mission, and values, and you'll see through there that health equity, which we know does not exist for many First Nations communities and peoples across the North, is a critical part of our vision, as is ensuring that people receive the best quality health care across the North. You'll also see in the mission that we are really committed to working and focusing on community and communities, not just the health system. And you'll see that in some of our updates to our values. We'll go to the next slide. And then within those, we have a number of areas of activity. And I'll just pull out from these that within these strategic pillars, there are woven through all of them are focus on Indigenous students, partnerships with First Nations communities, partnerships in research, and ensuring that our what we're teaching our learners and how we're teaching our learners is always improving and looking to provide them access to excellent experiences in community and the knowledge and skills that they need to be able to deliver excellent care in all of the contexts in Northern Ontario, including First Nations communities in both remote and more urban settings. Go to the next slide. And this is just an invitation. We're not done with that. This is a draft. We're in the midst of our consultation. If you want to share the slide deck or this QR code with anybody from your community, family, friends, anybody, we are welcome. Truly important to us that our plan reflects the people of Northern Ontario, and in particular, the reason I'm here today is it's very important to me personally that we're having some focus on the First Nations communities across the North, particularly those in the more northern and remote regions that have a very specific set of skills and understanding that we need to teach our learners, because it is an environment that I think many medical schools do not prepare their learners to work in. Next slide. And that's it. I didn't want to talk for too long. I actually wanted to leave some time for questions. I'm kind of finding my path again. This is I no longer have that Yamaha long track, but I am still finding my way, and I'm really excited to be back working in the North with Nawsum University, and looking forward to what we can do together with our partners like yourselves to help really deliver the kinds of physicians that we need to support all of our people and communities in the North. Thank you.
I see no one lifting up their hands. Doctor, thank you very much for the presentation. It's always interesting to see what you're up to. Somebody is raising their hand. Chief Archie Wallace.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Wally, for recognizing me at the last minute. I have a question in terms of when you say best medical care, excellent quality medical care. I have a question on, these are trained, educated physicians that are being put at the hospital here in Sulacout. And they just came off from the university, or they're on training. I think you call that residence program or something. I have a question on that. Like, I would rather see experienced, long time, medical physicians and doctors work for us, rather than just people that are just coming off university or training. And that really has an impact on the way the patients are treated. I don't know if you can answer that, Dr. What's his name, Green? Well, anyway, I have a question on that. Like, I want my people and the patients that come up from up north to have a quality medical treatment administered by these really good, experienced doctors and physicians. If we're just getting the second-hand kind of low-level trained and just physicians that are just coming out from the university training, because if the doctors are here for a long time, they know the patient. They would know the patient, and they would understand what's been happening to them. And so many times my people tell me there's a different doctor that I see when I go to Sulacout or something. I'm kind of concerned about that. We're talking about the best medical services, excellent quality. So how do we make sure that happens? Like, the only way that I see it is to have that experienced doctor work there for 5 years, maybe 10 years. And they would probably know the person that's coming in from up north for first time introduction, second time appointment, that kind of thing. They would probably know that person's medical needs. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. I fully agree with you. Like, I'm my background before I was in medical education and leadership. I'm a family doctor. I was worked for 8 years in Moose Factory with that kind of continuity with the community that I was working with, both in Moose Factory and Kashechuan. I think it's really important. I know you've got your other partners here, the physician group and Minayawan. It's hard, recruitment, and is particularly we call retention, keeping the doctors there for longer so that they can work in a system with that continuity of care is really important. We can't do it alone. We rely on those other partner organizations to do that, but we're committed to working with them to do that. I fully agree with you. And I think our contribution can be in working with our partners to have more people who train locally, so that we do know that if people train in the environment that they work in, they're more likely to stay longer. What I've heard from some others is that some of our graduates, if they're from Northern Ontario, particularly if they've had experience in First Nations communities in Ontario or in remote communities in Ontario, that they're more likely to stay for longer, and that helps support the continuity. But it's also working with our partners.
To your question, doctor has a meeting to go to in 11:15, and we're holding him up.
Yeah, one question.
Okay.
In terms of the Indigenous applicants, how many seats are allocated for Indigenous interested students?
Great question. We don't do a specific allocation because we don't want to limit it. Some universities have a specific number of seats. What we do instead is we are trying to admit as many as possible within our application process. And so we have something we call a context score where there's additional, we recognize that the lived experience that people bring from coming from a rural community, coming from a First Nations community, those sorts of factors in deciding who gets an interview. And our target is to really try and get the percentage of our medical class up as high as is possible and higher than the percentage of Indigenous people who are living in Northern Ontario, because we know we have catch up to do. We've not educated enough in the past, so we're really trying to see how many we can get in. This year we offered admission to 22 22 students of our 88, so 25% of our class. Unfortunately, there's some students choose to go elsewhere. So by the time all the dust had settled, we wound up with 15, which is short of where we would like to get, but we're really trying to make sure we get it up to at least the 20% plus mark.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I see no one else, so thank you very much, and always interesting what you people are up to at that university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I hope I can come in person to a future meeting. Would love to get a chance to meet people in person.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we're going to have a 10-minute break, okay? And then we will go with the other partners, and then I'll ask Mike and Ken to stay around. We'll have a short time for questions and answers after. Thank you very much. get delegates to come back to their place. We'd like to hear other presentations from the partners, and then we'll go into questions and answers. If I can call upon the Sulakaut-Minion Health Center. Yeah, you can go and we'll call you up, yeah. President and CEO, Dean Osmond. He might have hidden this information from us. He's actually the youngest brother of the Osmond brothers. If I can get everybody else, all the delegates back in here. Here then. Yeah, we'll just wait for a few more minutes and then we'll get Dean Osmond here to make his presentation. If I can get the delegates to come in, we're going to have the presentation from the Minion Center. Dean, if you'd like to begin.
Good morning, Bonjour. First, I'd like to acknowledge that the Sulakaut-Minion Health Center is situated on the traditional territory of the Lac-Sul First Nations. I'd like to thank SLFNHA for the invite and thank for all the chiefs and council here. So I'm just going to do like a high-level review of our strategic plan for 25 to 28. I'm just going to go through our pillars and just have a little bit of a discussion as we go through. No, that's... Okay, so we have 7 pillars here. So our pillars are equity, diversity and inclusion, mental health and addictions, future planning, infrastructure and growth, investing in our people, high quality patient experience and care, innovation, technology, digital transformation and external partnership. So we have an EDI committee that's been established. It's been established now for a couple of years. The framework aligns with the Ontario Health EDI framework and focuses on anti-Indigenous racism. Our framework's approved. The hospital will move forward with the initiatives outlined in this framework. Also, we've, under that equity, diversity, inclusion pillar, we've got our anti-racism campaign, our Truth and Reconciliation, our Commission of Canada review, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, so UNDRIP. So in our working groups, so all members have been assigned the Canadian Human Rights Call It Out racism, racial discrimination and human rights education, in order to understand the purpose of this working group and support the anti-racism initiatives. The Sulakaut Board has developed a Truth and Reconciliation that aligns with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and the UN's Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People Act. and that will be visible on all of our Meno Yaonin policies. So also under that same pillar, we have sustained Indigenous recruitment retention, our trauma-informed care training, and our equity, diversity, and inclusion hospital-wide policy review process. So currently, all of our management and leadership has been trained in informed trauma-informed care, and it's been rolled out as of September the 1st to all of our staff, and it's mandatory. Under our next pillar is mental health and addictions, which you've heard lots about today, and I'm sure this has been a part of a conversation during the last 2 days. We talked about Form 1 facility. We're looking at that. We have a Schedule 1 steering committee, which is looking at the needs of our region. We've expanded our rapid access addictions medicine clinic. We're looking at urgent psychiatric services, and we're investigating inpatient addictions treatment facilities. So also we were in discussion, we partners with established treatment centers. So a good example of this is if we're ever successful with our long-term care, which we seem to be at this point, there will be a building that's available in Sur Lookout, which was their old long-term care facility, which Sonia had mentioned about Minister Tabolo, and given us operation dollars to operate a facility that doesn't exist with no capital. So hopefully we'll be able to repurpose that facility when we get our long-term care beds. We have got a dedicated mental health counselor in our emergency department right now, so we've got that done. Not sure what happened to my slideshow. Oh. Where are we to here? Okay, under our pillar for future planning, infrastructure, and growth, we have our long-term care beds, which we currently are in the design phase and actually fairly almost completed. It will be completed within the next week or two, and we'll go to the ministry for approval. Our Schedule 1 beds are also with the ministry, and they're at Capital Branch right now, and we're told that that there's been they haven't refused anything so far, so we're hoping that we've put in for 20 beds and given them a proposal for that. Our MRI is going to have a groundbreaking ceremony starting on the 16th, which is next week, so that will be certainly good to see that started. We've expanded specialty services as much as possible. We've actually partnered also with SLFNHA when it comes to the cardiology, so we have cardiologist specialists coming from UHN. We have ENT, pediatrics, just to name a few. We would like to see some step-down beds or ICU beds. Once we get long-term care beds, then we will be able to try to carve off at least 5 beds for a step-down unit. That's already been put in as a proposal with the ministry, but unfortunately, until we can get beds cleared out, that's not something that we can do today. We have completed our phase 2 of our ED reno, which is first eyes on the patient. So now that there's a nurse is set up so that they can see into the waiting room and they can actually triage prior to registration. Okay, so also under this we have, under that pillar we have sustainability, so staff, health, human resources. So I think we've all heard how difficult it is to recruit and retain staff. There's a shortage of allied health professionals, physicians all across Ontario and probably across North America. And we also have to look at our financial stability, and when it comes to sustainability, physicians, even while they're not employees of the hospital, they're certainly a big part of who we are, and they are integrated into our system, and we need to make sure that we can continue to recruit and retain physicians. Investing in our people, so again, staff experience, health, human resources, financial incentives, taxation exemption, and leadership development for staff and succession planning. So of course, we do multiple things to try to give staff a good experience. We have a recruitment retention bonuses. We also try to provide different events for our staff outside of the normal working. We do bocce, we do try to do suppers, do multicultural events, just to try to get staff to mingle and be part of the community outside of working hours. We want to also promote a positive work environment, of course, and we certainly want to support the Indigenous midwifery system. We've had many meetings to talk about placements and how our maternity program could support this with the college. High quality patient experience, our next pillar. So again, we want to make sure that our patients getting the best experience. We use best practices, quality of care, patient-centered, patient safety. We have a patient navigator and Indigenous translator facilitator to try to make that patient experience as best as possible. So right now, we are a BPSO designated under the RNAO, and that's been renewed from April 24 to March 27th, and that aligns with our strategic goal for the evidence-based care across all areas. And we're also in active discussion right now with the RNAO regarding a potential Indigenous-focused best practice spotlight organization initiative, which will align with our cultural, safety, and truth and reconciliation goals. Our patient and family advisory continues to provide valuable input and feedback, ensuring that patients' voices are meaningfully reflected in how care is designed and delivered. Community strategy. So we've done, of course, we've been trying to do as much education as possible, especially around our services, our emergency department, what CTASK, and other things that are kind of people that we'd like to be able to explain and make sure people understand. So we've instituted some podcasts. So if you go on our website, you'll see podcasts for all kinds of different areas, interviews with managers, VPs, directors, describing the services that we provide, how you access those services, and try to explain some, like for the Emerge, they would talk about the Canadian Triage Assessment Score and how you're put in the queue for the Emerge. And we've also put a proposal in for a clinical scholar so that we can have some clinical support, especially when it comes to all our new staff that we're hiring. Innovation, technology, and digital transformation. Under that pillar, of course, we have the Ontario Health Team's digital project, Meditech Expanse, which is hopefully going to be in place by 2027. It's a long process. We have Ocean e-referral expansion. We currently have, you're going to get, for example, if you've been booked for an ultrasound, you'll go into this Ocean referral and they'll be able to put you to the fastest site. So whether that's Kenora, Dryden, Thunder Bay, or Sioux Lookout, you will have a choice. And we want to do innovative models of radiology service. So, for example, the new MRI will be able to do remote scanning. And so if we're down a tech or we don't have a tech at some point in time, we can now actually still use the MRI, still scan the patient, and just do it by remote services. One of the other digital things we actually just implemented this week was e-CTASK. So now the CTASK system is done through electronic system, which helps determine what the CTASK is going to be, and it eliminates some of the guesswork out of it, and hopefully that will speed up when somebody needs to, if they're CTASK between a 1 and a 5. So we also got under this pillar our artificial intelligence, exploring self-registration kiosks, innovative interpreter services. So under external partners, of course, advocacy, We want to make sure we have affordable, equitable housing, which is one of our main concerns for getting staff on that right now, and for the people in the region. Social determinants of health, that's a big subject. The hospital is only really just a small piece of that pie when you look at social determinants of health, but we certainly want to advocate and be part of the solution for our partners when it comes to looking at those social determinants. And of course, relationships and partnerships, they're key for us moving forward and working together. And my next slide, which doesn't seem to want to move, but it just lists the external partners. And it's not a comprehensive list, but certainly there's lots of external partners. So that's a high level view of our strategic plan from 25 to 28. There's so much that that needs to get done, and there's lots of things that are happening in a short period of time. So hopefully our next strategic plan will have long-term care beds, we'll have Schedule I beds, there'll be ICUs in place, and there'll be a lot more, lot less work in the capital portion.
Thank you very much, Dean Osmond, for your presentation. We'll ask now the Sioux Lookout Regional Physician Services Board Chair. We have Dr. Butte with us. Dr. Butte, and what we're going to do is after Dr. Butte's presentation, we'll open the floor for questions on any of the partners that have made presentations. Dr. Butte, if you can come and join us.
Thank you. Now can you hear me? Danse. Awina Asani Butt. I'm Sandy Lake's physician for about 10, 12 years now. I'm a member of the Saddle Lake First Nation. I'd like to acknowledge Lac Seul and thank them for inviting us to sit on their land and share in this time together. I'd like to acknowledge chiefs that have traveled down. I know that's very arduous. It's very challenging to travel, and thank you for coming. I'd like to acknowledge our singers that sang for us this morning. It's very appreciated. And elders for spending time with us as well. We really appreciate your guidance and presence. And I'd also like to acknowledge our relations, those that have passed before us. We heard the story about the plane crash this morning. All of us have had loss in our families, our patients, our loved ones, our communities. And I like to think of them behind us all, helping us learn as we move forward. So I'd like to invite them as well to share in this. So Physician SLFNHA, the Sioux Lookout Regional Physician Services are the physician groups that serve your communities. In our discussions and our strategic planning, we did note that we haven't had a strong presence to our patients and to our communities. And we decided that it was really important to us that we put our faces out here, we talked to you, we heard your concerns, we hear your concerns, and we work together to move things forward from a physician point of view and patient point of view in our region. And so we're here to listen and to be part of the solutions as best we can. I'll take the next slide. So a quick overview. The Sioux Lookout Regional Physician Services was established in 2010 to try to work to provide innovative patient-centered focus in our communities in the region. We plan, we provide oversight, accountability, and the delivery of services to the 30 communities in our region that SLFNHA serves, as well as some of the IFNA communities and independents. SLRPC, the Sioux Lookout Regional Physician Services, contracts SLFNHA through a management agreement. So we hire SLFNHA to help deliver these physician services. So that's the relationship between the doctors and SLFNHA. We have the contract from the provincial government to deliver physician services, and we use that money to hire SLFNHA to help us deliver those services to your communities. SLFNHA provides the centralized admin support services, the financial management and planning, IT support services, and governance and leadership support. The day-to-day management of physician services is provided by the SLFNHA VP, Community Health, and the Director of Physician Services, sitting beside me, April and Janet, who I'm sure are very familiar to you. Physicians themselves provide service in community for a minimum of 1 week per month, depending on the size of the community, and are available for phone consults 24/7, 365 days a year. So we're available to your nurses basically all the time. SLFNHA also manages the Northern Clinic in Sioux Lookout for the First Nations clients in the region. And under our contract, we also provide funding to the Hugh Allen Clinic and IFNA. So in the past while, we've accomplished a number of things. We've worked through our budgets and tried to keep things on track from paying physicians and ensuring that we're delivering appropriately. We recently completed a strategic plan, and we're working through that implementation of the strategic plan. And one of those pillars does have us doing more community outreach and coming to meetings like this in order to work with our patients and our communities. We're in the process of negotiating an updated mainframe agreement. We have not had a new contract from the government in over a decade, and we're in the midst of trying to finalize a new contract that will provide more administrative support and hopefully improve services in our region. For the last 10 years, the physicians have been funding a lot of the administration budget from our own pockets as part of the delivery of services to the region, and hopefully we'll see some changes in those areas. As part of that new mainframe agreement, I think it's reasonable to announce that we will be hopefully doubling services to your communities and providing twice as many doctor visits to communities, assuming that we have the capacity and your communities can absorb us for accommodation and things like that. But we will do our best to provide the physicians for you. We're going to be increasing the in-town days by about 32% to again improve services. We're now taking over the emergency department funding and trying to improve the provision of services within the emergency department and increase some of them to improve wait times and service. We've negotiated to improve specialist salaries in the region to try to bring them up to a level that we can actually recruit and retain people. And we've increased that administrative budget, as I said. You're probably familiar with Dr. Farrell. She is retired, and we approved and appointed a new SLRPC medical director who sends his regrets, Dr. Ruben Hummelin. He is taking on part of Dr. Farrell's old job, which is primarily going to be around physician oversight, physician planning, and really focusing on the areas that the physicians provide and ensure accountability and education, strengthening that part of our system. Under his leadership, we've also tried to improve our leadership in virtual emergency, which is the after-hour phone coverage that we provide to your communities, and community coverage during the day with leadership in that area to try to improve those communication strategies as well with the nurses in your communities and the physicians. And we're also working to develop a Northern General Pediatric Lead that will improve pediatric coverage and the care of our children in our communities. One of the biggest things, and I think this is very pertinent to the Ruth Ann inquest, is the expansion of our electronic medical records. So we're working with ISC partners to improve the access of the medical records that we have in Sioux Lookouts and virtually, and connecting them to communities and nurses. So that should hopefully improve our communication between nurses and the physicians. It should speed up times and ensure that information that nurses are getting is actually being communicated to us so that we can use that information to make decisions that are better for patient care. Currently, we have 130 external users on that system at nursing stations in Cat Lake, Weegamau, Webequie, Poplar Hill, Mish, Fort Hope, and Deer Lake. We're expanding access to the remaining communities, assuming ISC comes through with the funding for those. We're working to improve on that. We've been developing specialist services in the region. The specialist working group has transitioned to include subspecialties with pediatrics, internal medicine, and really focusing on trying to improve psychiatric access, to focus on the common issues that we've already heard about today with addictions, mental health, children, infectious disease, those sorts of things. We've welcomed 2 new locum specialists, 2 pediatrics and 1 internal medicine. Locum is our previous board chair mentioned to me that locum was a term that wasn't familiar to a lot of people, and we use it a lot. Locums are physicians that we hire on short-term contracts to provide service because we struggle to fill regular people that sign longer-term contracts, and so we do utilize locum services, which is a doctor that comes in on a temporary basis. We've increased pediatric in-community days from 41 to 110 days per year with a 93.6% increase in that time frame, and we look forward to improving that further. We have general pediatricians visiting Bearskin, Sandy, Fort Hope, Wunnaman, Webequie, Casablanca, Kingfisher, Deer Lake, Nabinamak, and Weegamau. And we will hopefully start increasing some of the psychiatric visits and things as well. And psychiatric services are transferring over to physician services. So we accomplished over 3,000 northern days in the past year, which has been an improvement. And so we are meeting our obligations under what our contracts with the government's fund. But we recognize that there's need for more, and that's where within our main frame we're trying to increase those visits as much as we can. Addiction days have increased by 35%. Some of you may be familiar with the Rapid Access Addictions Medicine program in the hospital, and we've been funding physicians to join that, as well as funding physicians to come to your communities and deliver addictions medicine days. We've processed 16,000 appointment notices received and processed, and certainly have been advocating with your communities to try to ensure that some of the travel is met for a lot of those appointments, which unfortunately we recognize the barriers to making those appointments, and our allies in trying to ensure that our patients access that. We refer out of town to our IPP program, whose physicians are also funded under our agreements. Obstetrics and gynecology elsewhere, we refer out to cardiology, which Dean mentioned. We do have access to Toronto's program, and some of them are coming into some of the communities now. optometry and visual services we refer out to, and surgery, particularly orthopedic surgery for bones and injuries and things. The Northern Clinic has onboarded a nurse practitioner in September 2024, though we have noticed that there's been an overall decrease in primary care visits in our Northern Clinic, and hopefully that's because we've improved our services in community and means less that we're not providing the services. That being said, we're working to improve our access to that Northern Clinic. And the no-show rate did increase a bit in that Northern Clinic as well. So looking at the physician coverage highlights, we've done our best to improve across the board, with the exception of the Northern Clinic no-show rate. Across the board, we've improved our Northern community coverage by a couple of percent. Our Northern in-person client encounters have improved by over 10%. Our addiction numbers have improved by 35%. So we're certainly recognizing the same needs and trying to meet those as best we can, though again, we recognize that there's still a huge need there. Pediatric increases, both in Northern in-person and specialty days. We've increased by almost 200% for the Northern communities, and in-person client visits have also improved quite a bit as we've expanded those services. So you're going to be seeing more and more of that. The general health visits to the Sioux Lookout Northern Clinic has decreased, like I mentioned a bit. The specialty visits have decreased a little bit in the specialty clinics, and I think that's part of the reason we're seeing that in the specialty clinics in Sioux Lookout itself is because we're actually doing a better job of providing those services in town as we send people up north to try to deliver those in person up there. And then we've had a major increase with our nurse practitioner to ensure access to care in Sioux Lookout itself, and a 22% increase in the Northern Clinic for those visits. So when we continue to look at how much we're actually doing with the physician services, we have about 125 physicians per month contracted in locum that physician services and SLFNHA is supporting for the region. We support them through the medical office assistant, so we have a number of medical secretaries that help to arrange some of the consults and travel and things. We have recruitment and retention specialists, some of which you've seen here today, to try to encourage and recruit and retain our physicians. We have orientation people that try to improve our understanding of the region for the new people that we move in, and we're trying to make that a little bit better. We have accommodation support people to support accommodation in your communities as well as in Sioux Lookout. We have coordinators for travel because it's the same logistics for us as it is for you. We have to fly north and back and forth in order to deliver these services. Scheduling for all these people across the Emerge, the clinics, the north requires a lot of different logistics in order to balance where we're sending people and meet the needs of the communities, and then paying people and providing the oversight to our government partners requires supports that SLFNHA provides. We've had 50 physicians signing physician services agreements, so actually contracted. And Chief Wabas, you mentioned that continuity is important, and certainly that's something that we really find important as well. So we've got 13 full-time equivalents with 35 physicians and specialists at the Hugh Allen Clinic and the specialist visits that are actually contracted and committed on a permanent basis to our region. And then we also have onboarded about 45 new locums that we're using. And what we really try to do is encourage locums to return, because if you understand our region, if you've been here before, we think that it improves service. And one of the things that we're working towards is having locums return to the same community as much as possible to try to accomplish that. Because if you understand a community, referral patterns, the different needs within the communities, then I think it improves care. And then our physician recruiters are going around the country. We're in direct competition. It's a very limited resource, family physicians. We're in direct competition with regions across the country, and we're trying to compete for a limited resource to bring physicians in to service our communities here. So, as I kind of alluded, there are ongoing and continuous challenges. Lack of emergency department physician resources. We do rely a lot on external physicians from elsewhere. We have physicians coming in from Montreal, Toronto, and other places that work in our emergency department. And we certainly recognize that their knowledge of the region and of our communities is limited. And we recognize that we would rather have people that are more local and more in touch with communities servicing some of these. So we've recognized those as challenges, and we're really working to try to improve on that, because our people here deserve that. We've really struggled with decreased physician resources for daytime phone supports and struggles to fulfill community coverage. There have been major changes with nurses and the nursing requirements locally. The College of Nursing in Ontario has mandated that they have to consult on every patient for every issue, and in the past there was a certain ability for some issues for nurses to deal with directly without speaking to a physician, and now that they're required to ask us questions about every single patient encounter, that's certainly increased the demands, and the payment structures and things like that haven't followed suit to some of those demands. So we're working through some of those issues with the mainframe and working to try to support our physicians in providing those services and trying to educate our partners that the increased demands do require us to have more people. The other challenges to fill are the after-hours emergency support. So we provide the after-hour, 24-hour emergency support to your communities. So in the middle of the night when you're coming to the nursing station for help, we're available. But those roles are very challenging to staff, because our expectations are that people understand our region, understand the needs of our communities, as well as have the medical skills to deal with critical care emergencies like our methanol overdoses and things like that are technically very challenging to deal with, and we want our physicians to be at that level to meet those needs. So moving forward, we're finalizing those mainframe agreements with government. That's been a bit of a challenge. I really don't think that a lot of our partners recognize the challenges that our communities up here face. We're working to implement and improve on our strategic plan and improve our outreach and our relationships with our communities and our patients. We're really trying hard to improve the specialist program development in connection with communities with pediatrics, psychiatry, internal medicine, and continue to improve on northern visits so that we can improve the health of our children and our mental health services. As I already said, we're continuing to build that SLFNHA physician services relationship with First Nations communities, and as such, I'm here to hear the concerns and work to improve on those issues. And we're really working to improve integration with the regional partners, with Winnipeg, Thunder Bay, Dryden, other areas, to improve service access as best we can, because outcomes for you and access for you improves our ability to provide good quality care, and we have those same needs and interests aligned with our patients. And then we continue to work with the collaboration with the hospitals, NODIN, developmental services, primary care teams to try to provide improved services regionally for physiotherapy, occupational therapy. We work a lot with JP, which we know those funding challenges are there to try to meet the needs of our patient population. So that's it. I'm certainly open to answering lots of questions. I'm sure based on some of the commentary, there will be questions. I will speak briefly to the one question earlier that you posed to NASM, Chief, in regards to medical students and learners. I think it's important to understand a couple of things. One is medical students and learners it's important to bring them to our region for a couple of reasons. The most important being is we need allies that understand our region and our needs. And if we can bring them in, teach them, every medical student and learner has oversight by one of the experienced physicians, so they're not treating our patients in isolation. So we're making sure that they provide good quality care, and we're taking that opportunity to teach them and try to make them understand the realities of the North. Not all of those doctors and medical students are going to come back, but they will become part of the system. And if they're part of the system and understand the challenges and barriers that we face in our region, they maybe become a little more educated and maybe provide that little bit of extra care when they go elsewhere. And that's really important to us. So we take that education piece really seriously, and I think it is important to understand that part of it.
Chief.
Thank you. The reason I asked, or not asked, the reason I wanted to, my brother was medevaced about a year ago or so, and he got medevaced. There's a bee flying around here, bugging me here. He was medevaced. He was very sick, and then he was medevaced to Thunder Bay. It's very fortunate for him because his illness was really kind of in between, the doctors in the emerge when they were in Thunder Bay, he got into Thunder Bay, and they didn't really know what's happening to him. And then there was they have all these specialists, people that treat certain body, that kind of thing. And then there's 9 doctors checking on him, trying to figure out what's wrong with him. And finally, they figured out what's wrong with him. And he got that treatment and help right away, So if he came here in Sulakaut, I don't know if he would have had that same treatment. I don't know how many doctors we have available to see that patient that's very sick, to try to determine the what the problem is. So that's what I mean. We need experienced doctors to be on the front line, right? They've been here for 5 years or so, and they know this patient. They met him once or something. And if we have a student doctor coming in as a front line, and okay, I've never met this patient, and checking on the records and everything, and okay, based on the record, that's okay. You're sick, and something is wrong with you. That whatever we call that, prognosis or something, diagnosis, could be wrong, and that's what I mean. I need a doctor here that's experienced, that understands what I'm trying to convey from my body to my feelings and to the doctor, that kind of thing. And that doctor that has experience has already treated that kind of illness, and he understands what if I am sick for some reason. He understands what I need. That's what I mean. I fully support people that want to become doctors. They can come here, but oftentimes, this doctor goes back somewhere, asks another doctor for their opinion, I think, and they come back, you know, okay, I think this is what's the problem, but we need to do a further test or something, that kind of thing. That's what I mean. Like the first contact would be the experienced doctor to see that patient that's very sick. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the presenters? That would include the Miniawan and also Nan. Do you have any questions? Yes, the elder there.
I'm Elder Edith Boss. I'm originally from Yagama First Nations. I had a question to do with mental health and wellness, I believe, and it does appear that everything is included by the present presenter today that deals with those kinds of issues that I have a question with. First of all, I want to tell a little story of where my question is coming from. I was with another elderly woman in a hospital in the next bed. She, as grandmothers are, very gentle, open-armed, listened well, not judgmental. She received a call, and there were several calls that came to her, and she was talking to them, and I listened. And one of them was an issue to do with a mental health patient. I gathered by her conversation that this was a person who was at the higher level of mental health, maybe a bipolar patient, maybe schizophrenia, or any other disruptive in the behavior problem. That much I gathered. And it seems that they were having a big problem with no help. They have told what was happening and nobody was listening to them by the sound of it. And I felt for her because she was elderly, she was sick, she was blind. But she had her ears and her heart and open arms. And so I guess there, as we've heard here today, there's a lot of different types of mental health. We have drug and alcohol problems. And we have these kinds of problems with mental health, medical issues, related problems. And just like what this lady was talking about to another person. And I guess my question is there any help in the community to help these family members? Yes, I have heard that there are some urgent psychiatry services that is going to be provided and is worked on. But what is at the community level? This grandma and her family, and this is not the first time that I have heard this. There are other family members who have encountered this. They have to fight with the violence issue. They have to deal with safety issues. And oftentimes, it goes into the criminal level. And they're not getting proper help. And it seems that nobody hears them, no matter how many times they tell their story, their experiences. Now, I was just wondering and asking, what kind of help is there for them to help them deal with these kind of issues? And what kind of help is there for people who suffer with serious mental health problems, sicknesses is more like it. So that was basically my question relating to these, whether they're post-traumatic stress disorders, bipolar, depression, anxiety. We know it's all there. But I think there's some areas where these people fall through the cracks and there's no help. So basically that's the short of it that I wanted to ask is there any help for families and for patients? Miigwech.
Thank you for that question. There's a lot of things to unpack there. First, I need to acknowledge that I hear these stories all the time, and it's always a gukum, it's a mother, it's some family member that's bearing the brunt of these challenges at home. Chiefs, I've been in the room during some of the evacuations and listened to the chief and council deal with some of the challenges with mental health and addictions during the smoke evacuations recently, for example. And so a lot of the responsibilities come to leaders in the communities, and those might be chiefs, council, gukums, gobishes, aunties. You know, there's always certain people that rise to that occasion, and I have to commend people for taking that on, number one. In terms of the resources, that's a really fabulous question because it's a recurrent theme, right? Be it mental health and challenges with violence in the home, with mental health issues that way, with severe psychiatric issues. Our system is definitely strained, and we're trying to navigate within that. I think of our children at the age of 16 having to go to a psychiatric facility in Kenora and being exposed to very, very unwell people in those systems. And I think that's wrong, right? Our teenagers should not be going to those facilities, and that's what we're told that we have to work within. And so sometimes the selection of the resources that we used is based on, as bad as it seems, compassion, because we know that some of the treatments in places are worse than necessarily what they might get elsewhere, and we'll utilize NODN and hospital services before some of those inpatient things. That being said, if it needs to be done, it needs to be done. In terms of home supports in those situations, again, those are very limited. I would prefer to use community supports to support people that are struggling if I can, if they're available. So we know that when JP was up and running, they did have some counseling services available that we used for some of our kids. Choose Life has programs as well that we were using. And again, funding being cut to make some of those resources very challenging. But those would be places that if we have the choice, treating and providing some of those community supports makes more sense. In terms of extended respite supports and that kind of thing, they're limited. I don't have access to a lot of that, unfortunately. Halfway houses and supported living, those sorts of things are certainly needs that we recognize as really important. And unfortunately, I don't know of a lot that exist for those sorts of medium level supports or even supports in community to help with that kind of stuff. It's very, very tough. So I hear that. You know, I'm open to solutions. I'm open to finding ways to support that, but they don't exist. And you raising that is important.
Thank you. Chief Wesley, did you have your hand up? And then we're going to go for lunch shortly thereafter.
I have so many questions. Yeah, I got lots of questions. So I guess my first question is, how is SLFNHA interact with ISK and their policies as it relates to doctors in the community? But I guess the question I really want to ask the most is along the lines of mental health and addiction, and as the ability on the doctor's influencing of addiction. And how do you make them accountable? Not too long ago, I went to a procedure, and this doctor was going to give me this really tiny needle. I asked him what it was, and he said it was fentanyl. How do you prevent that? Some of that stuff is needless. You don't need that, right? Do we know what their doctor's contribution is to addiction? And how do you curb it? And how do you hold them accountable for that? That's one question. But I don't know. I just have, I ask these questions all the time. It seems like pointless to ask these questions. And, but those are the questions that bug me the most, is because the policies is one of the barriers that we have to deal with in the communities. Because it's improved a lot. I guess the other question is, what innovations are the doctors pursuing for early detection? There's solutions out there, but I find that the doctors are more of a barrier than the solution. Just recently we're doing this trying to deal with the issue of point of care testing by advancing telehealth, OTN, with additional services to it. And guess what? The doctors are the barriers. You're dealing with the EMR issues, privacy. They're raising all sorts of privacy questions. Oh, yeah, well, fine. And then there's the issue of billing. How do you bill when you're using virtual diagnostics? Those kinds of things. But we all know that we need to improve the health outcomes in our communities, because people are still just dying left and right. Catholic stats were 1.9% out of 1,000. And SLFNHA and the communities have generated countless reports. Have you read any of them? And the same applies to ISK sitting back there. They're all on the SLFNHA website. Have you read any of them? Do they encourage changing the current health outcomes we have? Meanwhile, us chiefs in the communities got to bury another member. And then there's all sorts of issues. There's pharmaceutical issues, prescriptions management, prescriptions controls. Just recently I had, my aunt had 35% chemical burns because of a doctor knowingly prescribing her medications she was allergic to. Things like that happen. What controls are in place? What about the pharmacists? What controls are in place for the pharmacists? I have so many questions, a lot of questions. We all do.
Before you answer that, Alan, did you have a question for the doctor here? So you can answer everything all at once. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay, thank you very much. I I just have two comments. I mentioned them, two items, I guess. One is to Minuyaw Health Center. When I was in the hospital back in January, I was only in the hospital for, although I was told that I would be in the hospital for a while, but they needed a bed I was using in Thunder Bay, so there was no bed available here in Solikos. So they said we're going to either transfer you to Adekoken or Dryden, because you're not, Thunder Bay is not your home hospital. So a bed became available in Dryden, so that's where they shipped me off to. Until there was a bed available in Solikot, a month later, they brought me here. So this is, I just need some clarification when they say that this is your home hospital and there's only a limited of beds here. And in the presentation that CEO made, there's no mention of a home hospital. So I think you'd have a good argument if he was to request for more beds, so that we don't have to so we can just go to the Minuyaw Health Center and utilize the bed. That's one. And Satchko Lake, since our doctor Barbara Russell left the community, we went through two doctors. And the two doctors we have lost is because of first of all, when Oxycontin came around first, when there was that crisis, and then opiate. So we're still waiting for a doctor. Our two doctors, well, the last doctor that left, and the two doctors that left is because of the opiate. And then I see in the presentation that there is an addiction doctor. So what I'm saying is, rather than the family doctor or the community doctor dealing with opiate patients, why don't we have an opiate doctor? Because we're suffering. We don't have a community doctor. We do have locums, and it's frustrating because the clients or the patients are repeating themselves with their medical situation. We need help. And one more thing. I mentioned yesterday that there was a situation that happened to an individual who was brought back to Winnipeg, and I have a message. If you can recognize Pauline to pass that message out, or request. Can you recognize Pauline? It's a request from a mother in Winnipeg regarding the situation.
Amigat kuek nagnodosna. Emuemat stuan nuina nakum oma ean genin kagik shibag ksemando ninanakma. Ego gen ninanakma dogmakanem Chief Robert Beardy, achkuzanik, ego ge proxy Alan Tate. Jethro Dishkenma, Amiawe Nestes Bezik. Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I want to acknowledge the ancestral lands of Chief Clifford Bull, his First Nation, and his people. I'm very honored to be sitting here today. I want to thank my Chief Robert Beardy of Satchko Lake First Nation and proxy Alan Tate. He is also my brother. My name is Pauline Mickelson. I live, work, and play on the ancestral lands of Fort William First Nation, signatory to the 1850 Robinson Superior Treaty. I'm very honored to share the message. I got a phone call from Mother from Satchko Lake, who happened to be in Winnipeg this week, and her son was medevac to Winnipeg early yesterday morning, and she gave us an update. She says, and she gave us permission to share this with the Chiefs in Assembly, with the community members who are in attendance here, and the staff at SLFNHA. She says, my son has a broken arm, broken finger, broken shin, broken ankle, left cheekbone. With the left cheekbone, the muscle was damaged. He will get an operation. Not sure when. Maybe they're waiting for the swelling to go down. Late last night, he had a CT scan. The doctors told him that above his knee, they are broken. We need prayers for my son to walk again. I give permission to have this shared at SLFNHA AGM. My two granddaughters do not feel safe at home. The other grandmother who lives in Thunder Bay will take them. The other grandchild is in Satchko Lake. They are all traumatized. I myself do not feel safe. They said they will burn my truck and attack my house. Last night, before I went to bed, my sister called me, and she told me what had happened. My other sister had called her and said, come over right away. So when my eldest sister found the two granddaughters, they were traumatized, and they said to her that they killed our dad. So we are asking for prayers for this young man who is 35 years old and has 3 children. And I'm also asking for prayers for this mother. When Satchko has community members who are ill, palliative, and who are seeking help, she is there. She responds to support community members. And her late mother was also there when I was born in Satchko 56 years ago. They are our relatives. They need our help. We need help. Amiwa gnanakuminawa proxy Tate miigwech.
Thank you. If you can respond to those last 2 questions. And also, before he does, there are evaluation forms that have been circulated. If you could make sure you fill them out And also, just to remember, one of our chiefs, Dolores Kakagamic, a year ago lost her daughter. And if we can remember her in a good way while we're having, and after that, we're going to go for lunch. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you for that story, Pauline. I think it's really important to recognize that in some of these situations, there's a patient, and then there's the patient's family and the people around that also suffer. And I don't know that everybody understands that and recognizes that context. And I think that speaks to our goals of continuity of care and having the same doctor coming back that knows families and can work with the broader context and with other people that have been exposed to that and understand the situation and offer that support as much as possible. And I'm certainly happy to join with elders for prayers for the family, for that 35-year-old. I heard a lot of questions there. Minneawin, the transfer to Dryden and Atikokan. That Gene, CEO, might be better able to speak to this, but the clearest issue that I see are our beds are taken up by people that should be in a home, like a nursing home. And so we physically don't have the space because our elders are there waiting for a long-term care bed somewhere. And that takes up capacity.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dean.
That's exactly right. So when they talk about your home hospital, it's the hospital that's the sending hospital. And what ends up happening is Thunder Bay Regional is the tertiary center. So we can't provide the service, then you get sent to Thunder Bay, mainly Winnipeg also, if it's something that needs to go to Winnipeg versus Thunder Bay. And then when they're trying to discharge you because they have a bed crunch and they don't have enough beds, they're trying to get us to repatriate you back to Manoyawan when we have no beds. And when I say we have no beds or stretchers whatsoever. So for example, yesterday, besides the we have 66 admitted patients in 65 beds. I know the math don't add up, but that's what we have. And we had 16 admissions in our emerge yesterday on stretchers. This is appalling, and this is the reason we need long-term care beds, because as Dr. Butt mentioned, these are ALCA patients taking up 52% of those 66 beds. 52% of our 66 beds that we have currently have an ALC patient waiting long-term care. This is not a new problem. They knew in 2007 when we built the new hospital that there were supposed to be 64 beds built the same time that the hospital was built. Due to cost overruns, the government decided that they weren't going to put those beds in. This is 2025. We've already shown through different studies and data that even 96 beds is probably going to be tight. And we are right now at the stage where I had a meeting yesterday where our designs are going to probably be going to the ministry by next week. We need these beds and we need them now. Well, we needed them years ago. So we have no beds, and without having beds, we also need staff, right? You can put somebody in a corner or in a hallway, but who's looking after you? We need nursing staff. We need the ability. We need physicians. We need the ability to look after the patients. So once we have our long-term care facility built and those beds are now moved over there, we will definitely be able to. Well, with looking at our statistics right now, we should be able then to repair our patients, have no issues with admitting patients out of our emerge. So unfortunately, this is where we're at today, and I'm hoping that's going to be resolved once we get these beds.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to ask Edith Boz to say the blessing for the food. And we'll have a break for lunch. We'll return at 1:30.
Yes, my name is Edith Boss. We can all sit while I pray. First of all, as First Nations people, our prayers usually is directed to the great God, creator of the land and all that we see in this world we live in, and the beautiful creation that there is. And just like in this meeting and everywhere else that I have attended, we have, as First Nations people, acknowledge our lands, our original stewardship of the land. We are caretakers. And we're not the only ones. There are different races and tribes that do the same thing. And we are thankful that we can be in this position. Many people have heard us pray as elders. Sometimes we come to a point where we look at life differently, we look at things differently, we look at ourselves differently. It seems that our path takes us into our spiritual selves. How to grow in that, how to walk in it, and how to share it. That certainly has been my trip, my pilgrimage in my life. And I'm at this stage now that I am talking this way. And we thank our great God of heaven and earth for all the things that he has done for us. First of all, we are walking today, we are talking today, we see things today, we are healthy. Even though that we might have ailments, some health problems, we can still do what we do. And we are grateful for that. And since at this point we're going to be eating and drinking, this is another way that we give honor to the God of heaven and earth, to be grateful and be gracious for all that is handed to us. Jemen dovgag shot sien mina kpnas kago. We gamin siang mi jim chimi jiang. Jemen Chicago yang. Ego gamin koen gamin siang jemen koyang. Jemen Chicago yang. Ego gwedjeshen matagwe no gagi stoat mi jemen gagiustamagoang juisen yang. Min sinan bisek the Sagijaga Minuent Monjiayang, that we will always give thanks to you and acknowledge the grace and mercy you give us each and every day. And we thank you for this day, that you are honoring our request as we call and talk to you, and give us thankful hearts, because nothing is free today, but we are thankful that you give what we have, and we take it graciously with a full heart. King on Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. We return at, we'll have some more questions and there'll be some more answers. We have to get food. Some people require that at this time. 1:30. Thank you very much. Can I get the delegates to come back now? We'd like to start the meeting. We have a few things that needs to be done.
So I know that we had originally Terry right after lunch.
Yeah.
I think we need to move right into
Yeah.
resolutions.
Yeah, I'll do Terry quickly.
Like, I mean, even if we get through the resolutions first.
Yeah.
And then have her.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I'm just worried, like Chief Morris was at this meeting. We would lose quorum. So. Yeah.
Can I have the delegates at the table, please? We have some work to do that needs to be done. Can I ask some of the staff to see, we have some delegate outside the doors there, to ask them to come in? Can I have some staff people to ask the delegates to come back in? We'd like to get the work done. Thank you. can I have the chiefs and proxies back at the table, please? We're required to do 2 resolutions, and I need 17 delegates. I have 6, 7. How many do I have online? I have 10 at the table and 2 online, so I have 12. I need 5. While we're waiting for the other 5, I'd like to call on Dr. Terry Farrell. Dr. Terry? Where did she go? Yeah. I require 4 more delegates.
Sorry, is that it? Can you hear me? Good. Good afternoon, elders, chiefs, ladies and gentlemen. My name, for those of you who may not know me, I'm Terry Farrell. I am the outgone medical director with SLFNHA, and I want just to take a very brief few minutes to give you a message of gratitude for 16 years of amazing life experience as a physician, but as a human being. I have learned so much from everybody I have come in contact with, patients, leaders, health directors. So many people have contributed to this very rich experience that I've had. I have been in the region actually since 1983 when I was a regular doctor, and it's been life-altering. My time with the health authority, as Janet said, was meant to be 6 months, but it sort of rolled out to 16 years, and I've been retired from that for a few months, although I'm still providing clinical services. So I'm really happy to be back face-to-face with patients, which is my passion. From the chiefs, some notably, worth notable mention, Chief Lorraine, Chief Donnie, Chief Bull, my best friend, Chief Russell Wesley, who I can't see right now, but Chief Russell Wesley has kept my feet to the fire. He has made me accountable. He often tells me to take off my doctor hat, which has never been easy for me. But from all of the amazing chiefs who have humbled me and helped me, and like I say, kept me accountable, they have always done so with enormous respect, kindness, and friendship, and I'm hugely grateful for that. I'm sort of moving on to another phase of my life, which will certainly have Suluk and the communities as part of it. I hope that I'm leaving my role in the safe hands of 3 other physicians, so Dr. Yvette Emerson, Dr. Alana Morgan, Dr. Ruben Hummelin. So they do say that when an old doctor retires, it takes 3 to replace them, and I think I'm living proof of that. So I want to thank everyone at the Health Authority from the top to the bottom and back up again, being not just great work colleagues, but they've become more than friends, more like family. And I know I miss them dearly, and I've been really happy to be here for the last 2 days to see everybody again. And I don't think this will be the last you see of me. I'm hoping to keep very much involved, and from the bottom of my heart and that of my family, my deepest thanks and gratitude. So, miigwech. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We have a quorum. I have 2 resolutions. Have they been circulated yet? They were being copied? Yeah, I got them. Thank you. Resolution number 2506. This is moved by Chief Archie Wabas. Okay. Whereas the Suluk First Nations Health Authority is tasked by its member First Nations to provide and coordinate vital health services and initiatives for the 33 First Nation communities, whereas Indigenous Service Canada continues to fund SLFNHA and these critical health services and initiatives using outdated policies and fixed federal budgets, this has resulted in severe underfunding that puts the health and well-being of First Nations people at risk. Suluk First Nations First Nations leadership have consistently raised concerns about the insufficient resources for federally funded services, including but not limited to patient transportation, mental health and addiction services, physician and specialty services, access to culturally appropriate programs and supports for community-driven healthcare services. Whereas technical level meetings and discussions with ISK officials have failed to result in substantive commitments, funding increases, or policy reforms, leaving the First Nations with unresolved and growing service gaps. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly supports SLFNHA in its ongoing efforts to engage in formal discussions with ISK to address concerns related to the federally funded healthcare services and initiatives. Be it further resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly mandate the Suluk Area Chiefs Committee on Health, who are comprised of Tribal Council and independent First Nation representatives, to develop a strategy and negotiations framework to address the critical health needs of the communities. Be it further resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly mandate the Chiefs Council on Health to meet directly with the Minister of Indigenous Service, Mandy Galmasti, to address and resolve both immediate and long-term funding and services issues affecting the communities. Be it further resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly call on Anishinaabe Nation, Chiefs of Ontario, Assembly of First Nations, to support the SLFNHA Chiefs Council on Health in its advocacy efforts for the health and service funding needs of SLFNHA First Nations communities. Finally, be it resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be forwarded to Minister of ISK, Prime Minister of Canada, NAN, AFN, Chiefs of Ontario, Tribal Councils in the SLFNHA region. Dated today in Lac Seul First Nation, and that's moved by Chief Archie Wabas. I require a seconder. I require a seconder. I require a seconder before we can go into discussion. Chief Lorraine Crane seconds the resolution. Does the mover wish to address the Assembly on this resolution?
Thank you. Hello. I move this resolution. I think SLFNHA Chiefs Committee on Health will have a better idea when we meet the minister. To address and tell her what our needs are, and the information will be prepared by SLFNHA staff when we meet the Minister of Indigenous Services. To start that negotiation process to try to get the funding that we need for SLFNHA and the funding that we need for our First Nations. That's the first step. And also at the same time, we're calling on Anishinaabe Nation and Chiefs of Ontario and Assembly of First Nations to support the SLFNHA Chiefs Committee on Health on their efforts to advocate for the health funding needs, service funding needs for SLFNHA and First Nation communities. I want this to happen. I want this to have this meeting with the minister, Mandy Galmasti. To begin that dialogue, to begin that discussion, to begin that negotiations. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief Seconder, do you wish to address the Assembly? Chief Lorraine Crane.
Good afternoon. There are so many shortfalls, as we know, and gaps that we continue to face in all our communities. We can probably talk the rest of the afternoon if we all said what are the shortfalls in the communities, but we also need to support SLFNHA so that they can continue to do their work, because they are working for the First Nations. I don't think we really see the big picture until we face something ourselves. We know what the shortfalls are, but when you get into a situation where you yourself see what goes on in ERs and waiting rooms, hospitals, hotels, hostels, you get to see the picture, what our patients go through. So I fully support this resolution, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions and comments on the resolution? Alan?
Thank you. I thought Chief Russell Wesley telling me not to say too much. Just kidding. He was on okay, anyways, I'm going to say I want to make a comment. In our community, home community of Saskatchewan Lake First Nation, we have a lack of infrastructure that would allow visiting health professionals to provide critical health care for our people. There are no accommodations, and there are no assessment rooms that would allow members to access mental health supports, primary care, and dental care. We request Solacode First Nations Health Authority to provide technical capacity to assign a worker who will work with our community to prepare a proposal. The proposal will address the critical community infrastructures need that will allow health access for our community members and accommodations and space for visiting health services providers. I guess, would that also include in this this resolution as a shortfall?
Alan, are you adding anything to the resolution or speaking to it, or are you in favor of it? Or the sound is very bad here. We can't really hear everything. Go ahead.
I'm the mover. Go ahead, here about your community's needs and lack thereof on health programming and servicing. It says here on the third paragraph of be it further resolved. Well, the second paragraph, I mean, be it further resolved. Oh, resolved doesn't have E. The Chiefs in Assembly mandate Solacode Area Chiefs Committee on Health, who are comprised of Tribal Council and Independent First Nations, to develop a strategy and negotiation framework to address critical health needs of the communities. There's 33 or 30 communities, right? So there's going to be a strategy being developed, meaning that each community will probably be notified or consulted. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chief, for the clarification in that, Alan, to address what you're saying is there's going to be a development of a strategy and a negotiation framework that could be included, those things you're mentioning. Any further discussion on the resolution? Any further discussion on the resolution? Yes, Matthew.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, I support the resolution, but I just want to make sure that the negotiation and also the advocacy covers other service delivery, like tribal councils, like we administer health programs too, as well as the community. So is there a way that that something can be inserted to cover that area?
Or would you like to add an amendment to cover that?
Yeah, just to make sure that SLFNHA also negotiates on behalf of the tribal councils that administer health programs, as well as the communities. I just want to make sure that the advocacy for the tribal councils are there too.
Mover?
You know, Chief's Committee on Health consists of, it says here, who are comprised of tribal council, representatives, and independent First Nation representatives to develop a strategy and negotiation framework. It will be in a strategy, right? It will be in the strategy because the tribal council member will also mention its tribal council health and service programming needs. Is that good enough? I don't know.
Who are the scribes on this one here? Okay. Can you address that in there? So we're on
So when it comes down to having actual negotiations, we're going to have a plan, right? We're going to have a plan. It will have to be reviewed before it goes. It has to be reviewed by the chiefs. You know, the minister. And we want to include tribal councils too and independent First Nations, right? But it doesn't clearly say that. It only mentions the communities to develop a strategy and negotiation framework to address the critical health needs of the communities. Maybe include tribal councils.
Can you
and First Nations.
Can you highlight the added portion? Matthew, does this answer your question? Comments? Chiefs in Assembly also direct Chiefs Committee on Health to advocate on behalf of the tribal councils as part of the strategy. Matthew, does that work for you, what's highlighted there?
Yeah, I can't, I'm having trouble hearing.
What's highlighted states, Chiefs in Assembly also directs CCOH to advocate on behalf of tribal councils as part of the strategy.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the resolution? Chief Russell Wesley.
I just threw in another word there, independence. Anyhow, not sure how I want to go about this, but I'm okay with this. But I'm still having problems with what NAN is doing. We had a presentation here that shows NAN has a trilateral table, right? And as I've stated in Assembly, that the issue I have is on the policy side. So we need some kind of mechanism where we encourage the NAN process and be part of that. Because to be honest with you, I don't know what NAN is doing or what's in their process for that matter. you know, like what context are they talking? Are they talking on a global scale, or are they talking about regional issues that impact my organization, SLFNHA? So when you're talking about the different components, like mental health addictions as an example, at what level are they talking about it? Are they talking about it on a policy scale, a funding scale, and how does that impact us? So we need to have some sort of linkage there with the Chiefs Committee on Health at the NAN level. I just wanted to point that out.
Just before we address that, I would like to call on delegates not to leave until we finish the resolutions. If you leave, we lose the quorum. We can't make a decision. So Matthew, you can't leave. We can't do the resolution if you leave.
Maybe I can speak to the resolution regarding Chief Russell Wesley's comments and question. SLFNHA, there are about 38 communities involved, and the Nishnawbe is part of that. The Nishnawbe Nation is also advocating. There might be different tables, kitchen, but that's going to I don't know. Maybe what we could say here is to work with Nishnawbe Nation. To work with the Nishnawbe Nation in the advocacy to address and resolve both immediate and long-term health funding and service issues affecting our communities. But again, we're relying on Nishnawbe Nation to arrange a meeting with the minister. Well, actually, that's a good question. It's almost like we're implementing a dual process. And what I was trying to put forth is the voices of SLFNHA First Nations, specifically of the issues that we have on our health services. And if we just give Nishnawbe Nation to advocate on behalf of us, we will have a strategy in place, and that doesn't necessarily mean, they're going to talk about these SLFNHA priorities and issues. It will be NAN-wide. So I don't know how we would word it. I would like a recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Chief Russell, can you highlight there has been a new further be it resolved, and it states, be it further resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct Chiefs Committee on Health to work with NAN to address the need for adequate funding and resources needed to implement the proposed strategy. Chief Wesley, does that address your issue? Can we highlight that, please? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the resolution? Last call. Chief Clifford Bowl.
Yeah, Miigwech, I guess the other thing that I wanted clarification on is the NAN Chiefs Committee on Health. How do they work? Is there going to be a protocol between the NAN Chiefs Committee on Health and the Chiefs Committee on Health for SLFNA? Because right now they have their own, NAN apparently has their own. And how do we bridge the gap in terms of coordinating a table? You know, we have an agenda for our region, but then there's also a national agenda for all regions. And I guess the concern is that our voice being drowned out.
Do you wish to have that in here, Chief Clifford? That's the coordination of it, of moving the health agenda forward with NAN?
On point number 2, I guess, is what we need, some kind of a cattle prod. It has nothing here as to when this should occur. This group should go out and at the next AGM or sooner, they should have some sort of report to report back to chiefs, and this thing could go on for years and no report come out. So I think we should put some kind of a timeline on it as well.
What we need to do is the voices of SLFNA. It's going to come from Chiefs Committee on Health are going to present these issues and needs on behalf of our First Nations to the minister, and NAN is going to be there too, just to kind of be there, and also they're going to be advocating. In terms of protocol, NAN will probably present the same thing anyways, right? They're going to present the same thing. I want the voices like Chiefs Committee on Health, SLFNA, to be heard by the minister and her staff when we have this meeting. It's no dog, no article. We live the issues and the needs that we need for our community on health. When it comes down to NAN, you have their committee too there, and they'll probably say, okay, you guys present this, and we'll present the other topics. Wow, and they said, I don't know. Yeah. So I'm just kind of brainstorming here. And the timeline, I think there should be a timeline. I think there should be a timeline in the resolution. There should be a timeline, like when is the first meeting? When is that meeting going to happen? I have no idea. Somebody from SLFNA would have to tell me, like, we're going to be collecting some information, like a strategy, negotiation framework to address the critical health needs of our communities. How long does that take? How long is that strategy and negotiation framework document would be available? How much time do you guys need? Yeah.
Yes, Chief Clifford Bull, if you can use the mic, they couldn't hear you.
Yeah, a supplementary comment. I guess in terms of financing this table, there is a $200,000 pot. I don't think we've spent that money. That's the operational cost for the Chiefs Committee on Health. So we could use that to go to meet with the ministers, the powers that be in Ottawa. And in terms of the two committees, I'm all for NAN's Chiefs Committee, the SLFNHA Chiefs Committee working together on common issues. That way you present a stronger voice, and united front. So I'm all for that as well. Miigwech.
My recommendation on a timeline would be that we try to get this work done by the end of fiscal, which would be March 31st, 2026, just because of the budget timelines with federal government. So if we could do that work and present to the ministers in advance of that, that would be ideal. The other comment I just wanted to make is that we are working on the relationship piece with NAN. We've actually started a draft terms of reference for a relationship protocol between SLFNHA and NAN, which also includes the Chiefs Council on Health and their Chiefs Council on Health Transformation. That's work that's already underway underneath the CCOH, and we do have resolutions that support that from past AGMs. I would also say that we could hold a virtual town hall of chiefs, probably in February, to present the negotiation strategy, at least the options moving forward for that, to get input from communities. And then the next piece, obviously, making that request to the government takes time. You know how slow they are. I think we would want to try and get that done as soon as possible, get an invite, and identify that we are working on the relationship piece and a strategy for addressing the funding shortfalls so that it's on their radar, because it's going to take them months to figure out how, you know, a minister is going to participate in that, and they got to get ready, and like all those things that happen at the bureaucracy table. So we can work out kind of the logistics on the back end. And then the other piece is we are looking to host a special chiefs gathering like we did in Lac Seul in July, so we can also bring updates to the chiefs at that time as well.
Thank you. The resolution has been amended. It has been added to what Chief Wesley had agreed to. The last sentence to that is, and that's your concern there, Clifford. The Chiefs in Assembly direct Chiefs Committee on Health to coordinate advocacy efforts with NAN's Chiefs Council on Health Transformation. Be it further resolved, the Chiefs in Assembly directs SLFNHA and CCOH to develop a strategy in consultation with communities to be presented to Chiefs by March 31st, 2026. The strategy will address the funding shortfalls. Okay. Yes, I'll go to Chief Merle Loon first, and then to Chief Lorraine Crane. When this resolution came up, I said to myself, boy, what a beautiful resolution. How can we just think about amending it in any way? Chief Merle Loon.
Hello. I just wanted to add quickly, as part of the comment, half the Chiefs Committee that's on the SLFNHA Chiefs Committee is already on NAN committees, so I don't think there's going to be too much of an issue to collaborate, because there's chiefs sitting on both committees. The reason why I say that is, I mentioned this before, I was asked to sit on the NAN committee as well, but my question at the time was, can I? But I got the answer basically just looking at where our chiefs are sitting right now. And I think the whole idea there really is just trying to be consistent with our goals here. And one of the biggest comments I made when I came initially as chief is that there was a disconnect, obviously, from my view. Being a newcomer, I consider myself a newcomer, and my first observation was there's a disconnect. And I'm more than willing to accept that role on the NAN side of things, because obviously I want to have that continuity, if you will, with the goals that we have at our health level. Maybe.
Thank you. Chief Lorraine Crane. Chief Lorraine Crane.
I do support the resolution, but I do sit on the health committee. The thing that came to my mind is what happens to the First Nations that are negotiating for new infrastructure, a new clinic, a new nursing station? Will this impact the work that's being done? Because right now we're I don't know how far we're into trying to get a new clinic or nursing station for our community. We've outgrown it. It's outdated. I don't know, anybody had been to Slate Falls knows how the condition that our clinic is in. And I was just trying to find out in here if there's any way that it might impact the work that's being done with the tribal council in Slate Falls. You gotcha.
Thank you, Chief Russell Wesley. Almost called him Harper.
I just want to recognize, what's your name? Doctor, nothing here. I want to recognize him.
Just before we hear from Wes, the resolution is calling for the support for SLFNHA to address health funding shortfalls. Okay, that was the intent of the resolution. It's been amended to bring it in line. And it started out with Alan Tate wanting to add things, but it's included in there. So basically what we're doing is to have a decision and a direction for the, to address health funding shortfalls. Go ahead, Wes.
Okay. My question is on the third whereas. It says SLFNHA and First Nations leadership have consistently raised concerns about the insufficient resources for federally funded services, including but not limited to patient transportation. I'll go as far as there. Last week, I partook in a meeting with 3 IAC folks, with my chief, my head counselor there, and Jethro. And my chief, Marshall Beardy, spoke at that meeting, and what he said was that he had a meeting with the Wendigo chiefs, and he had the support to pursue asking for a pilot project from ISC to, run the patient transportation program for the Wendigo communities. But I guess my question is, with this resolution, will it affect, same thing she's sort of asking, I guess, is this going to have any effect on what our tribal council area communities are trying to do? Thank you.
I would like to speak to, the current negotiations or the current plans of First Nations or even tribal councils. I think it will enhance the advocacy. And if it's going to be a separate negotiation process, we can recognize that, right? Like if First Nation wants to have their own negotiations, we would honor that. As long as we have these, we're going to have the process with the minister, ISC. We're going to schedule these meetings, and we can bring in those First Nations that are currently negotiating something with ISC on that table, and also tribal councils. That's what I see. That's what I think. I think it's just going to enhance and have more better coordinated effort if we do it that way. Because
Thank you, Chief Russell. Chief Wesley, you introduced Wes. It has further resolve has been added, and it says, "Be it further resolved that proposed strategy will not interfere or distract from funding initiatives currently underway by tribal councils and First Nation communities." Will that suffice, Chief Wesley? That's good, thank you. Further discussion? I see none, so we'll call a decision. All those opposed, raise your hands. All those abstaining, raise your hands. I see none, so we have consensus. Decision has been made. We have another resolution.
Okay, Resolution 2507. Sulakaut First Nation Health Authority Board of Directors to explore amendments to Bylaw 1 regarding quorum and traditional governance. Je n'ai this resolution. Whereas Section 3.11 of the Sulakaut First Nation Health Authority SLFNHA Bylaw 1 currently states that a quorum at any meeting of members shall consist of a majority of member First Nations. And whereas the First Nations organization, including SLFNHA, face unique challenges for achieving quorum at meetings where quorum is based solely on the numerical majority of their members. And whereas the First Nation area, the Sulakaut area First Nations have the inherent right to govern themselves and their public agencies based on the First Nations traditional governance models. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly directs SLFNHA Board of Directors to explore options of amending Bylaw 1 to include traditional governance models in the procedure of members' meetings, including the process for achieving quorum. Be it further resolved that the SLFNHA Board of Directors will consider the following statements of principle when it explores options for amending Bylaw 1. Point 1. Quorum is established when the meeting is attended by a significant number of members to ensure fair presentation and legitimacy in accordance with traditional law. Quorum includes the presence of recognized representatives from each family, clan, or community groupings, and as required, the attendance of elders or lodge keepers, whose roles are essential for violating decisions. Quorum is not determined solely by the numerical majority, but rather the inclusive of the voices necessary to reflect balance, custom, and community senses. Be it further resolved that SLFNA Board of Directors shall consult with the following persons and incorporate their advice on traditional governances for any amendments to bylaw 1. The Sulakaut Area Chiefs Council on Health, CCHOH, the mover and the seconder of this resolution. Be it further resolved that after exploring options and incorporating the advice of the following mentioned persons, the SLFNA Board of Directors may amend bylaw 1 to incorporate traditional governance models prior to the next SLFNA annual general meeting, AGM. Dated this 11th day of September in Lac Seul First Nation, moved by Chief Russell Wesley, Catholic. And we need a seconder. Moved by Donnie Morse, Chief of Chimexabing. No, second by Donnie Morse, because it was moved by Russell Wesley. Chief Donnie Morse. Chief Russell Wesley, do you want to speak on your resolution?
Sorry. Coughing my lungs out. There's been a couple of times, not necessarily at this assembly, where we've had quorum issues. And during the course of my term, I've also spoken quite a bit about traditional law. And I've spoken about it in great detail at our NAN assemblies. And I think, I don't mean no disrespect to our communities, but holding an assembly like this, especially where it concerns our health, whether it's mental or physical, is important. And leadership should send a representative if they're not able to make it. Unfortunately, what happens is you have quorum issues because in our organizations we have what's called bylaws that dictates what quorum is. And this is what happened yesterday when the chair was trying to determine if we had quorum, and in fact we didn't have quorum. So I recognize that such a move at amending a bylaw like this, especially when you throw it in the Chiefs Committee on Health's lap, that it's precedent setting, because you're recognizing a form of governance that's been in existence in our communities for, I don't like using that word, time immemorial. It's been part of our culture, and it's actually based on our clan systems. And that's the root of our governance structures, is how we governed ourselves as clans. And just to briefly explain how that works is each clan has a headman. And from time to time, these headmen would meet at an assembly. And at that assembly, they would choose the one who speaks. And is that person's role is to encourage consensus. That was what that person does. And that's what we did yesterday. We picked the one who speaks, and there's two of them sitting over there, the chairperson. Their job is to ensure that consensus is reached at that assembly. It doesn't say anything about who is represented at that assembly, but who's actually there. And that is how our leadership and decisions are made. And this is what I'm proposing, is that we install this type of governance by amending the bylaws to reflect a more traditional form of decision-making that's already been established since time immemorial, as I say it again. It's a recognized procedure of obtaining consensus, and I encourage the chiefs and proxies in the assembly to consider it. And it's fairly straightforward. I even offered a draft wording for the amendment in the bylaw, which I presented to the staff yesterday. So that wording is in there, and then the wording was extracted from there to put this resolution together. And that is my presentation for your consideration. Migoch.
Chief Donnie Morse.
Me go gaining na go give map na and Tsugmakan was directed when he moved out, so I'm supporting him. So I assume all of you will support us. And I need to go, guys.
Discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? No one? So we are going to go into a vote. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed to this resolution? Abstentions? Anyone have abstentions? There's no, don't see that. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going into the closing part. Oh, you have presentations. We're going to be going into closing remarks pretty soon. SLFNHA Board Secretary Treasurer Tanya Bottle.
I don't want to talk. Okay, there goes. I got it. I got one. Okay, bonjour, good afternoon, everybody. Tanya Bottle, Nindijnekas, Mishkigogming, Dunji. My name is Tanya Bottle. I'm from Mishkigogming First Nation. It's an honor and privilege to serve as a SLFNHA board member. This is my third year sitting with the board. It's been a great learning experience. It's also a great opportunity to forward community health issues, not only for my community, but for First Nations in the region, as we share similar challenges. So this week we heard many challenges and barriers faced by communities. Some of these issues have been long-standing issues, which tell us that we need to look at different ways of doing things. So we need to be innovative and creative in our approaches and solutions. We also heard the work that SLFNHA is doing to improve services and offer quality care. The board continues to encourage SLFNHA to strive to meet the needs of communities, and we realize that there's a lot more work to do. We acknowledge and thank the entire SLFNHA team for all the hard work that you do. Your work is recognized, and we encourage you to keep up the great work. On behalf of the SLFNHA Siluka First Nations Health Authority Board of Directors, we would like to acknowledge and thank all the chiefs, proxies, and health partners for their feedback, comments as it relates to the health of our people. A special thank you to our co-chairs, Wally and Brenda. We appreciate your support and facilitation this week. All comments and feedback this week will help to guide us, help guide and provide us with community direction. As we conclude our annual general meeting, we will continue to work towards achieving the vision of SLFNHA, resilient and healthy nations supported on their path to wellness. So we continue to wish you, your families, communities, and health and wellness, safe travels home. Thank you much.
Sonia, for closing remarks.
This is the fun stuff. So, I think we also have, yes, perfect. I'm going to do that one first, actually. Okay, so we have people that have completed the survey, so just want to thank everybody for that. I'm going to draw a ticket. So you have blue tickets. Oh, sorry. We have 3 $100 gift cards. And the first ticket is 090463. You need to be here to win. No one? 090463. Are you looking for your ticket? Okay, draw again. How many are in there? Okay, 090504. I'm going to read it again. 090504. No one? No one has a bingo? Okay. This one has a name. Anna Marie. From Ireland. Who, is she here? Is Anna Marie still here from Ireland? Yeah, you won. You won. Okay, well, she's doing that. I'm going to draw another one. 090539. And you can't win twice. 090539. Yay! Okay, and the last one. Zero 90492. You? Really? Perfect. Really? Great, thank you, everybody. Appreciate your completing those. If you do want to submit them before you leave today, please feel free. We're always happy to get your feedback. Otherwise, I think Bobby's going to be reaching out for more input. So this is the big prize. For those of you that registered early, this is, whoops, an iPad. I don't know what all the details of the iPad are. 128 gig iPad. If you don't use it yourself, I'm sure one of your children or grandchildren would love this. So I'll do a draw, and you, is it by name? Yeah, it's name. It's by name. Yeah, I want this. Okay. They're stuck together. Donnie Morris, who left? Is he still here? I'll go run outside. He did register early. We see him all the time, so I'll put his name on it. He'll be back on Saturday? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you waiting for that. And I think we have presentation of gifts as well, right?
Thank you very much. That concludes the agenda and the work that needs to be done. Yes, Chief Clifford Bowl.
I have gifts to present, if I may. Can I have my staff come forward, please? So don't leave yet until you get a gift. We're going to go by seniority, the oldest to the youngest. No, just kidding.
Why do you look at me?
Just kidding. And where's Donnie? We need Donnie back. Huh? He left. Can somebody find him? Okay.
Also, while you're waiting, the next SLFNHA Annual General Assembly is going to be on September 9 and 10, 2026. Okay, make a note of that.
Who's going to be seeing Donnie in the near future? He's my co-chair, so we had these muklaks made for him. And I expect to see some blood on there, moose blood, when I go visit him. Wally's next. Open it up. Open and show the... Since Wally lives in Winnipeg, we got him a crest, the Winnipeg Jets. And you could... When he goes to the game in Winnipeg, he can wear it as a necklace. You'll have the biggest medallion there. Brenda, for you, let's give them a warm hand. They did a great job. Okay, my staff will go and walk around and give you gifts. Where's the board sitting? Over here? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, the executive director. Yes, I'll come there. The chiefs are sitting in the middle here, so the chiefs will get the next round of gifts. Chiefs, the chiefs will be next.
Just don't run away after you get Laxul gifts. We also have gifts from SLFNA for participants.
I want to give that guy a cup.
We're just going into the closing ceremonies now. We're going to ask Elder Spade to say the closing prayer. Is there another mic there for Elder Spade? Also, to remember our Chief Dolores Kakagamic in Sandy Lake, who a year ago lost her daughter, and I know that she must be going through a time in her life, just remembering the loss she had. Also, to remember the request for prayer for Jenna B. Kaminawash's son, who suffered assault. So we're going to go into a closing. Once the closing prayer is done, we'll have Victor Lion Group to sing the closing song. Mr. Spade, did I get him, yeah?
Because what they get?
No, kipa ang gitigo.
Aha. Kung ano na? Eh?
Kom here. Ik kies toing. Kom hier nog eens. Ik maak het en dan. Ik was gezamenlijk toch, mijn tata. Ik kreeg gewoon het is te moeilijk wat ik tot doen. Ze maken me goed tjenen. Ik kreeg gewoon dat ik kende, maar ik ging me nog zeggen, ik ga gewoon de master. En dat moet alles gezamenlijk doen. Minus 3 gati. Mata. O zaman geest tabanımdan Jesus Christ. Ki toen na kom go wa minoga. Kai tag minoga kam de gistang ma ot nan ga gizga. O ki toen ma mi go chane mi go mino. Ga ge go na go de master. Mi ke go ga giz bu chane mi go mino giz to ma go. Jesus sang. Ik ga zeggen dat ik iemand zeg niet meer. Het is niet zo aan de man. Ik ga tussen ik ga kiezen te maken hoe ik ga kiezen. En ze waren bezig aan te stellen met snam, met te maken met snam. Mijn snam met hem doen, ik krijg je mee aan, krijg je zeker aan, dan ga je voor aan. Wat is de mouw te doen? Kas mouw te doen, waar op is ik ook uit. Kibuksan begosa tigi sand bano ashkodiga. Tigi sand beto magayot meniko kaswitchen gito. Kaswitchen gito meniko kasmao tano wagi to tashkodiga now. Mira to go to tamago tigi stigato sham. Kin sakinaga gon kishos kinamago magay nastme. Kinaga gon akshito nan de pichana makegon. Meer schout ja verder met twago en ongaar krijg ook aan mijn gezonde bank te aan de gas te maken staan. En dat zijn mensen dat ze bezig. Ga maar gaan. Ze geven me op aan, ze geven me op mij aan, ze zeggen aan, want ik heb verbaasd, ik heb ons aan. Het is goed dat te maken. En ik ga zien aan, gaat te zien aan. Meestal ja, maar ik ga ze daar gewoon. No ga gizga tu. But me go ask to go. Me go go to sang me no ga gizga git maut it. Me say me go na come go. O so ge sat be Jesus Christ. Yo sa ge exam tu. Kevitskendem Khansatak, Kakanaksakilachukunan. Amen. Amen.
Bonjour and Dinway Maganak. My English ne kan go piju to them. So me which wasn't there come along. The song we're going to sing, me which Nagamon, it's a thank you song, and it's a way for the drum to express its gratitude for being invited to an event. And also too, on behalf of the school and the students, just want to say thank you for allowing us to participate and be part of this event also. So this is a thank you song. Miigwech.
much. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. We stand adjourned. Thank you.